both physically and online. The agenda can be viewed by scanning the barcode on the table in front of you. Upon completion of the workshop, participants will receive the participation certificate and all the material presented. Before we start with our agenda, we'd like to bring to your attention some housekeeping rules. The workshop will be conducted in English. The esteemed guests present physically can make use of the translation devices in the back to access your preferred language. And guests online can press the translation button below your screen and access your desired language. حضورنا الكرام، ستقدم هذه الورشة باللغة الإنجليزية، ويمكن من ضيوفنا الحاضرون في القاعة سماع الترجمة باللغة العربية من خلال سماعات الأذن المتواجدة على طاولة، ويمكن لحضورنا عبر الرابط الإلكتروني ضغط علامة الترجمة الظاهرة على أسفل الشاشة للحصول على الترجمة المطلوبة، والتأكد من إيقاف الفيديو باللغة الإنجليزية قبل الضغط على الرابط باللغة العربية. Now, without further ado, we'd like to welcome the Deputy Director of the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation, His Excellency سعيد المحرزي.
أصحاب السعادة والسيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في مسألة كلمتي أن أعبر عن اعتزازي بالالتقاء بهذا الجمع، ويسرني أن أرحب بكم جميعا وبضيوفنا الكرام، وأشكركم على تلبية الدعوة وتشريفكم لنا في المشاركة في إعمال المنتدى الثاني لمكافحة تمويل الانتشار، والذي تم تنظيمه بمشاركة قيمة من نخبة الخبراء. كما أنقل لكم تحيات سعادة طلال الطنيجي المدير التنفيذي المدير حضور قضية مكافحة جرائم تمويل انتشار التسلح في الآونة الأخيرة على اهتمام دولي كبير من أجل الحفاظ على الأمن والسلم الدوليين، وفي سبيل تحقيق ذلك فإنه وجب على كافة الدول تنفيذ التدابير الواردة في قرارات مجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة الخاصة والمتعلق منها بقرار رقم 1540 وكذلك قرار 1718 والمعايير الدولية الصادرة عن مجموعة العمل المالي الهاتف، خاصة تلك المتعلقة منها بالتوصيات الأولى والثانية والسابعة والنتيجة المباشرة 11، والتي أرست قواعد ثابتة ابتداء من وضع آليات تطبيق العقوبات المالية المستهدفة بهدف تجميد الأموال والأصول للأشخاص والكيانات المدرجة في قوائم الأمم المتحدة دون تأخير، وتعزيز مشاركة المعلومات على المستوى الوطني لتتبع مصادر تمويل انتشار التسلح وتجفيفها ومعاقبة مرتكبيها، وانتهاء ببذل إجراءات العناية الواجبة والتعرف على العملاء من قبل القطاع الخاص، ووضع الضوابط الداخلية والأنظمة الإلكترونية اللازمة لمراقبة العمليات المالية والتجارية وضمان عدم ارتباطها بأي أعمال غير مشروعة. الأخوة والأخوات، إن دولة الإمارات قد خطت خلال السنوات الماضية خطوات رائدة في تحديث الأطر التشريعية والتشغيلية اللازمة لضمان تلبية المتطلبات الدولية في مجال مكافحة تمويل انتشار التسلح وتطبيق العقوبات المالية المستهدفة، منها إصدار قانون رقم 3 سنة 2021 في شأن السلع الخاضعة لحظر الانتشار، وكذلك قرار مجلس الوزراء 70 لسنة 2020 في شأن تنظيم قوائم تطبيق قرارات مجلس الأمن المتعلقة بمنع وقمع الإرهاب وتمويله وانتشار التسلح وتمويله والقرارات ذات الصلة، بالإضافة إلى وضع الأدلة الإرشادية للقطاعين الحكومي والخاص للكشف عن عمليات تمويل انتشار التسلح والتهرب من العقوبات وتأطير أدوار الجهات الوطنية المعنية في مراقبة الاستيراد والتصدير خاصة للسلع ذات الاستخدام المزدوج، وكذلك تعزيز دور الجهات الرقابية المعنية في متابعة المؤسسات المالية والغير المالية وضمان امتثالها للتشريعات الوطنية ومتطلبات قرارات مجلس الأمن. السادة الحضور الكرام، لقد بات التعاون الوطني ومشاركة المعلومات المالية للقيام بالتحقيق المالي الموازي ركيزة أساسية لمكافحة جرائم تمويل انتشار التسلح، كما أن وجود الأنظمة الإلكترونية اللازمة سيسهم بشكل فعال في تعزيز آليات التحقق والادعاء وتحديد كافة الأموال والأصول الغير مشروعة وحرمان ممولي انتشار التسلح من الاستفادة منها لدعم أنشطتهم الغير مشروعة والمرتبطة بتمويل انتشار أسلحة الدمار الشامل. كما أن الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع الحكومي، القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص، وعقد اللقاءات الدورية يثمر في تعزيز فعالية تطبيق تدابير العقوبات المالية المستهدفة ووضع مؤشرات التي يمكن الاستدلال من خلالها على وجود عمليات مشبوهة قد ترتبط بالتهرب من العقوبات. ومن خلال تجربتنا البسيطة في المكتب التنفيذي وعبر هذه المدة من خلال إنشائه، كانت في بدايات الإنشاء هناك فكرة سائدة أو نمط سائد أن هذه الإجراءات المرتبطة بحظر انتشار أسلحة الدمار الشامل أو تمويل انتشار التسلح مرتبط فقط بأدوار القطاع الحكومي أو المؤسسات الحكومية عبر التنسيق المشترك الداخلي بينها، عبر سن القوانين والتشريعات ووضع الأطر التنسيقية. ولكن خلال الوقت القصير تبين أن هناك حقيقة واضحة أن هناك شريك مهم وقد يكون هو الأهم، وهذا الشريك هو القطاع الخاص، حيث أن الشراكة بين القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص تعتبر غاية ووسيلة مهمة لتحقيق ليست الوصول إلى الغاية، ولكن كذلك تحقيق هذه الغاية بجودة عالية والوصول إلى الهدف الأسمى وهو وقف انتشار أسلحة الدمار الشامل وتمويل انتشار التسلح. فمن خلال هذه الأطر وأكبر دليل هذه التجمع أو هذا المنتدى بين الشركاء من القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص. وهنا لا بد من الإشارة إلى أن دولة الإمارات كانت سباقة على مستوى منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا في إرساء لجنة متخصصة برئاسة المكتب التنفيذي للتحاور مع القطاع الخاص ممثلة بالقطاعات المالية والأعمال والمهن الغير المالية المحددة، وذلك نظرا في كيفية تطوير آلية تبادل المعلومات والاستماع إلى آراء ومقترحات القطاع الخاص بهدف تعزيز مستوى فعالية مكافحة الجرائم بما في ذلك جرائم تمويل انتشار التسلح والتهرب من العقوبات.
combating crimes and proliferation financing. Criminals now have several ways to perpetrate their crimes. They use cryptocurrency, they use technology to conceal their crimes, and this requires from us a concerted effort while having an open mind to international cooperation, exchange of information, and to control exports and imports, and especially dual-use commodities. The UAE is always keen on preserving communication channels open with its international partners, be it through the Financial Information or Intelligence Unit or other entities from the governmental sector that showed great effectiveness in depriving criminals from their proceeds that can be used for proliferation financing. And here we must all work on defining or identifying and understanding proliferation financing risks at the national level. This was done through a detailed and comprehensive study of threats and vulnerabilities that can be misused to evade sanctions or support any people or entities that want to contribute to weapons of mass destruction programs and to mitigate these risks. This helps us allocate our resources wisely, and here the UAE, in coordination with all national entities and the private sector, worked on collecting information and statistics related to proliferation financing risks to come up very recently with a comprehensive study that shows the factors impacting on risk and putting a clear plan to combat such risks. Finally, we are honored to have you here today in the presence of a number of experts and officials to enrich the works of this forum. So welcome again, and we wish you success in today's agenda and tomorrow's works as well. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your sincere statement. We will now start the CPF Summit with our first expert speaker, Mr. Alberto, for his session on PF standards and UN obligations.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here, for the invitation to the Executive Office of Control and Non-Proliferation. It is a pleasure to be back in Dubai. I was here last year under my previous role with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. I changed jobs since then. I now work with Caron, a company in the private sector where we analyze data on risks related to sanctions evasion, trade controls, and other types of risks for public and private organizations. I'm going to be talking today about the international framework on countering proliferation finance, something that touches very close to the work that the public and private organizations do in terms of complying with United Nations Security Council resolutions, as well as trying to fulfill the recommendations and the effectiveness that the Financial Action Task Force requires. So, I believe I can use this to control my slides. Perfect. So, a brief agenda of what I'm going to, or what I plan to cover during the presentation. First of all, I want us to all be in the same track when we talk about proliferation finance, so I will dedicate a few slides at the beginning to describe what the United Nations and the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, understand as proliferation finance. Then we will move on to the specific requirements that the United Nations Security Council has placed on countries when it comes to countering the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their financing. And then we will move on to the specific recommendations and immediate outcome 11 from the Financial Action Task Force. So let's begin. First of all, what is proliferation finance? I'm pretty sure that several of you might have encountered it at your jobs, whether in the public or in the private sector. The truth is that proliferation finance at the United Nations level has never been defined itself. So the UN has not provided a definition of what it understands by proliferation finance. However, it has called for states to prevent proliferation financing and to take active efforts to counter the financing of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in several resolutions. We have some examples there on the slides from resolutions from 2011, 2016, and most recently in 2022. So states are obligated to prevent proliferation financing. Just as a reminder, the Security Council resolutions are binding to all United Nations member states, as per Article 25 of Chapter 5 of the United Nations Charter. All member states of the United Nations have agreed to implement the provisions of the United Nations Security Council resolution. So what the United Nations Security Council says must be done. Now again, the UN has not defined proliferation finance, but the FATF has defined proliferation finance at least 2 times, the last being in 2021, when it published a guidance on proliferation finance, or how to conduct proliferation finance risk assessments. In there, the FATF picked up on several of the United Nations Security Council resolutions and put on a definition that aims to touch on the different elements that those resolutions describe. The definition that the FATF published is on the screen. I'm going to read it very slowly for all of us. So it says that proliferation finance refers to raising, moving, or making available funds, other assets, or economic resources, or the financing in whole or in part to persons or entities for purposes of weapons of mass destruction proliferation. And that also includes the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction's means of delivery or related materials, like dual-use goods for non-legitimate purposes. There are two main things here that I would like all of us to focus on, which I will touch on during the rest of the presentation. First is the FATF is referring to different steps of proliferation finance in its definition. It is talking about raising funds, and it is talking about moving those funds. So the funds need to be raised first, and then they need to be moved so that in the end they can be used to purchase items that then would contribute to a weapons of mass destruction program. That is picking up on some United Nations Security Council resolutions that we will touch on later. And then the second thing I want all of you to pay attention to is also the specific mention by the FATF to the proliferation of means of delivery. This is referring to elements like ballistic missiles or unmanned air vehicles like UAVs, which can be used to actually deliver the weapons of mass destruction. So it is not just nuclear weapons themselves or enriched uranium or chemical precursors, it is also those vehicles that are used to deliver those weapons. And again, that reflects on the Security Council resolutions. Here's a procurement model that I have found very easy to understand from previous work with other organizations. Some of you might have seen this too. I think this is a good model to understand how proliferation finance works. Now, needless to say, this is not, this does not need to be the case in all proliferation finance scenarios, but it is a good mind map that we can keep in mind for the rest of the 2 days. At the left of the screen, we would have an end user who would be an actor of proliferation concern, could be a state, could be a non-state actor, like a terrorist organization. And that end user is going to try to raise those funds that it needs to actually develop weapons of mass destruction. It can do that by licit or illicit means. If we are talking about a state, you could very well think of taxation to its citizens or its companies as a way to raise funds that it can later spend on proliferation activity. If it's a state or also a non-state actor, it can also resort to stealing fiat currency, stealing cryptocurrency. We have seen several such cases. If you've read the panel of expert reports on North Korea from previous years, published by the United Nations, there's many references to the stealing of cryptocurrencies and fiat currency as well. There's counterfeiting of bills, all sorts of illicit activity that can also contribute to the raising of funds. And then if you remember from the FATF definition, besides raising, actors of proliferation concern will also need to move those funds. That is what we have on the top of the screen. That would be the yellow square. Now, the goal of actors of proliferation concern would be to actually acquire and import items that they need to build those weapons of mass destruction. And think of it, no state will really be able to build a whole weapons of mass destruction program based on their national resources. These programs are very costly. They need a lot of resources, very specific and specialized knowledge. So they will need to source all of this from abroad. Not all of this maybe, but parts of it, specialized parts, will need to be brought in from abroad. In order to do that, they will need to buy from manufacturers around the world in different regions. Now the thing is, if a manufacturer, if a private company is approached by someone that they know is trying to develop nuclear weapons or chemical or biological weapons outside of international legislation, they will refuse to make that sell, ideally. So the movement of those funds will be layered. The end user will try to obfuscate or hide their identity so that whenever someone makes a purchase, they cannot link that purchase directly to them. So they will use front companies, they will use complicit intermediaries, they will send the money through different channels around the world in a complex flow, so that ultimately someone makes an order for those dual-use goods or those items that they need to import. Again, with the purpose of not giving away their true identity. And then once that is done, the items will need to go back to the actor of proliferation concern so that they can actually build that program. That could happen by importing them by land, sea, air, and we can see all sorts of practices there, like the forging of documents, like bills of lading, false port calls, any other type of things. There's many typologies that have been published as to how those items can be imported around the world. So let's keep this graph in mind, and just as a way to, for those of you who might have asked yourselves this question, I have heard it a lot, how is proliferation finance, or how can we differ it from things like money laundering, for instance? Well, think that money laundering could be thought of as a cycle where the money starts where it ends. Once that it's cleared, it goes back to the individuals or the entities that are trying to launder those funds. In this case, it's more of a linear process. The funds are raised by an actor, and they are moved so that they can ultimately spend them to buy items. Now that we more or less have an understanding of what proliferation finance is, how it has been defined, let's talk about how the United Nations has approached proliferation finance. And again, remember, the Security Council resolutions are binding to all member states. So what the Security Council has said has to be done by states. Now, interestingly, the United Nations has followed a two-tier approach to proliferation finance. It has addressed it in two separate ways, which are related, but they're still separate. On the one hand, the United Nations has tried to prevent non-state actors from acquiring, developing, and using weapons of mass destruction. And it has done so mainly through Resolution 1540, which was passed in 2004, and then several subsequent resolutions, like the ones I mentioned earlier, that mentioned proliferation finance explicitly. And then it has also focused on state actors of proliferation concern, namely North Korea, or the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK for short, or Iran. And each of those has, it has followed different approaches to the two countries. We will see them in the next slides. So let's start with the UN's approach to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and how it has tried to prevent non-state actors from acquiring those. Well, as I said, this resolution, 1540, is the one that the Security Council passed to try to stop terrorist organizations or any other non-state actors from using and developing weapons of mass destruction. Now, why did it do so? Just think of the year, 2004. That is the year that the network that was used to build, for instance, Pakistan's first nuclear weapons, and that then helped other states to proliferate or to trade in weapons of mass destruction related items, like North Korea or Iran, was discovered. That happened in 2004. It was a network of businessmen around the world. It was a non-state actor, or could be defined as a non-state actor network. There were also the 9/11 terrorist attacks in 2001, a very big terrorist event, and several other terrorist events in the 90s and in the early 2000s that involved chemical and biological weapons in Japan, in the United States. So the international community was worried that terrorists were gaining momentum and that they might eventually be able to use weapons of mass destruction at a massive scale. So it tried to prevent it, and it passed this resolution, 1540, which basically aims to counter the trafficking or the existence of weapons of mass destruction proliferation networks around the world, and to prevent illegal trade in weapons of mass destruction related items. This is not a sanctions resolution, so you will not find specific sanctions on it, but it has three main provisions for states to comply with. And they go from broader provisions to narrower provisions. The first provision is a prohibition by the United Nations Security Council for all states to provide any sort of support to non-state actors that are trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction or related materials. That is prohibited by the Security Council. Then it goes a bit further, and it also calls states to adopt and enforce specific laws and legislation to prohibit non-state actors to develop, acquire, transfer, or transport weapons of mass destruction and related materials. And then finally, and going one step further, it also requires states to adopt border controls, like export controls, for instance, to combat weapons of mass destruction related trafficking and to actually criminalize the involvement in proliferation activities. Now, this is one of the examples in which the United Nations recognizes that illicit trade in weapons of mass destruction related materials has a big role in the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. And as I mentioned, subsequent resolutions that endorse the resolution 1540 have called actors to explicitly combat proliferation finance. So there's a there's a synergy there between export controls, border controls, and the financing of proliferation, as the United Nations seems to be implying in these resolutions. Now again, this resolution focuses explicitly on non-state actors, but now we're going to move on into the approach that the UN has followed to prevent specific states from developing weapons of mass destruction. Very briefly on Iran, the UN started to pass resolutions, the Security Council started to pass resolution addressing Iran's uranium enrichment program in 2006, after Iran refused to allow access to the observers from the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify that its nuclear program was a civilian nuclear program. Now, all states in the world are entitled to have civilian nuclear programs that can contribute to the generation of electricity, healthcare systems, etc. But those nuclear programs have to stay civilian. And in order to verify that they are civilian, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, has to verify the status of the programs. Iran did not comply with that, so the United Nations took action, and it sanctioned Iran's uranium enrichment program, and then moved on to sanction several other programs like the ballistic missile program of the country. There were several sanctions imposed on Iran until 2015, which is when Iran, and I'm pretty sure that all of you will be familiar with this, Iran signed a series of agreements, or an agreement known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, which are the United States, China, Russia, France, and the United Kingdom. And they agreed that Iran would take a series of measures to verify or build trust, better than verify, it would build trust within the international community, that its uranium enrichment program was for civilian purposes. It signed that deal with those 5 states, plus the European Union and Germany, and these states agreed to lift sanctions on Iran. And then the United Nations, after that agreement was signed, passed a resolution, Resolution 2231 in 2015, endorsing the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and therefore also wrapping up its sanctions on Iran. That did not mean that it eliminated the sanctions. Several sanctions remained in place until last year, until October 2023. There were targeted financial sanctions against several individuals and entities that were linked to Iran's uranium enrichment and ballistic missiles programs. However, again, those sanctions are now expired. But there are some provisions that remain today, namely a procurement channel, which is used by the United Nations and also by the JCPOA Commission and Committee to verify that all exports that go to Iran that are sensitive of being used for the enrichment of uranium, the potential production of weapons of mass destruction, or the potential production of ballistic missiles have to get a permission first by the JCPOA Committee and by the United Nations Security Council. So if anyone is trying to export something that is sensitive to Iran, they should go through this procurement channel first. And then the UN has also focused on the DPRK, North Korea. North Korea tested its first nuclear weapon in 2006, and ever since it has been subject to sanctions by the United Nations. Now these sanctions are very wide in scope and they are all still present, so they haven't expired. They include targeted financial sanctions, and as of today there are 80 individuals and 75 entities that are sanctioned by the United Nations Security Council. Targeted financial sanctions, I'm pretty sure most of us are familiar with them, but they imply that the funds and assets of those that are sanctioned, of individuals and entities, must be frozen. No funds can be made available to them. And then when it comes to individuals that are sanctioned, they cannot travel abroad. They are subject to what is called a travel ban. Now, besides targeted financial sanctions, the UN has gone wider in its approach to North Korea, and it has imposed also sectoral sanctions, which target whole sectors of the DPRK's economy. For instance, North Korea can only import a certain amount of refined petroleum products per year. It cannot export textiles nor agricultural products. There's a ban on the import by North Korea of industrial machinery, vehicles, iron, steel. The North Korean workers cannot earn money abroad. and so on. So it is a wide sanctions program. And then besides that, there are also activity-based sanctions, which target specific activities of North Korean individuals, entities. For instance, there's a ban on North Korean companies setting up joint ventures with other companies in other countries. There's a ban on opening bank accounts for North Korean nationals abroad. There's a ban on financial institutions from providing financial support for trade with North Korea. There's also a ban on technical assistance, etc. This is not exclusive. There's a whole list of sectoral and activity-based sanctions that you can find in the website of the United Nations Security Council, specifically on the 1718 Sanctions Committee, which is the one that oversees this sanctions program. And then there's also an arms embargo on the DPRK. So the DPRK should not be allowed to import weapons from abroad. It should also not be permitted to export its own weapons to other countries. Now the thing here is there's a catch, which is the United Nations, again, as we said, every member state has pledged to comply with the Security Council resolutions. They are binding, they are mandatory, but the UN does not have a real enforcement mechanism. It is left to each state to implement those, the provisions of the Security Council resolutions at the national level. If a state doesn't do it, the United Nations could put sanctions on that state, but other than that, there's not much that it can do. However, that's where the Financial Action Task Force comes in. The FATF plays a big role in looking after the implementation of targeted financial sanctions, at least. So let's look at how the FATF has approached proliferation finance, and let's see how it relates to the Security Council resolutions from the United Nations. Now, a bit of overview about the Financial Action Task Force. The FATF is an international body that sets international standards on combating money laundering, terrorism finance, and proliferation finance. It is pushing all countries to implement specific measures that it has drafted in 40 recommendations and published in 40 recommendations. And then it measures the effectiveness of those countries' anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and counter-proliferation financing systems through 11 immediate outcomes. So there's a difference here between technical compliance, which pretty much measures whether countries have implemented the requirements of each of those 40 recommendations in their regulations, in their legislation, whether they are already written in the country. And then it looks at how effective the country is in actually implementing those requirements, whether it is being successful, in this case, in preventing proliferation financing from taking place within the jurisdiction. When it comes to technical compliance, if you have read the mutual evaluation reports of any country, or the follow-up reports, you will have realized that countries can be named as compliant, largely compliant, partially compliant, non-compliant with the recommendations. Sometimes some recommendations will not apply to a country. That is when they are non-applicable. And when it comes to effectiveness, it is the country's responsibility to actually show to the FATF that it is effective in preventing these things from happening: money laundering, terrorism finance, and proliferation finance. We will look at this at the end of the presentation, at specific things that a country can put forward in front of the FATF assessors so that they prove and they demonstrate effectiveness. So what I'm going to do for the next few slides is I'm going to go through the recommendations that were mentioned at the beginning in the introductory speech that touch on proliferation finance, which are recommendations 1, 2, 7, and 15. And then I'm going to talk very briefly about immediate outcome 11. We're going to go through the provisions, the main provisions that each recommendation calls on states, and also on private companies and the private sector, so that they tackle effectively proliferation finance. So let's go in order. I'm going to start with recommendation 1, which introduces a risk-based approach to proliferation finance. And this is a very interesting recommendation because it's basically calling all states to assess and understand their proliferation finance risks. And in the 5th round of mutual evaluations, which is the one that the FATF is currently implementing, it is assessing whether countries have, for instance, conducted a national risk assessment on proliferation finance, or if it has assessed its risks in some sort of way. Now, before jumping into a bit more of detail about this recommendation, the FATF has made it clear that when it talks about assessing a country's proliferation finance risk, it is strictly referring to the potential breach, non-implementation, or the evasion of targeted financial sanctions. Now, it also has said, the FATF has said, that countries are welcome to consider whether they want to expand their understanding of proliferation finance in their assessments. And truth be told, there is a reason that they might want to do so, because as you can read in that box over there, individuals and entities, when they are sanctioned, they will appear in isolation in sanctions lists. But that doesn't mean by all means that they will stop doing their activities, the activities why they were sanctioned. They will find ways to continue. They will not close shop and go home. They will find acquaintances, they will fund new companies, they will work with other individuals, other entities to continue to engage in those activities. So there is a reason why the FATF is saying, we look at the implementation of targeted financial sanctions, but you may want to go a bit beyond this under your own consideration. And I have actually included a small screenshot here of a case that we have at Caron. I'm very quickly going to speak about this. Let me explain what you're seeing on screen right now. This is the Caron Clearview. This is a portal that we have at Caron. It's a web-based portal for data visualization and investigations. This is where we can see individuals, entities, addresses linked in one way or another to sanctions or trade control risks, for instance, or other types of risks that we analyze. So this specific case, and let's see if I can use the pointer here. You might not see it very well, but I'll try to describe. So you are seeing different colors, right? You're seeing different circles, what we call nodes, with different colors. The colors, the nodes or the circles that are red, that means that those entities, in this case they're entities, they have been sanctioned. They are placed under sanctions lists. Whether they are from the United Nations, the United States, Australia, Japan, they are sanctioned. The purple ones, they are companies, or in this case, yes, they are companies that have not been sanctioned, but that have material ties to sanctioned actors. On the top, we have two individuals in blue that have also not been sanctioned, otherwise they would be in red. And then the green dots here, the green nodes, they are addresses. So what you're seeing here is a network linked to North Korean sanctions evasion activity. Essentially, and this is, I'm hoping to prove why there's a point in going beyond pure sanction screening. We have a company in the middle of the chart, which is called Dalian Minhai International Trade. This is a company based in China that has two owners. Again, neither this company nor the owners are sanctioned. However, one of the owners used to own a company, CK International, which was sanctioned by the United States. CK International was a ship operator for North Korea, and it had operated in the North Korean transportation industry, and that is the reason why it was sanctioned. After that company was sanctioned, its owner funded a new company, which is not in the graph right now, but that tells you how, once a company is sanctioned, the owners can very well turn on to fund a new company and continue to engage in that sort of business. Now, this company, Dalian Minhai, has trade relations. We have analyzed trade data of this company. My colleagues at Caron have. And they have found that it has trade relations with different companies, some of them in Vietnam, some of them in Russia. In this case, there's this red company here, which is called Pink Whale Company Limited. This is a Vietnamese company that was sanctioned by Australia for facilitating proliferation-related trade and activity with North Korea. It was called Sunico before that. It was mentioned in several panel of expert reports. And, this is the one that the founders funded a new company after it was sanctioned, not the previous one. So this company was sanctioned. But Dalian Minhai is not sanctioned, even if it's trading with that company, and if it has an owner that also had another company that was sanctioned. Now, if we continue looking at Dalian Minhai, it is located in a hotel room in China, and that hotel room hosts two other companies. The Korea General Health Corporation, which is a North Korean company based in North Korea with also an address in that hotel in China, and the company Liaoning Daxing International Forwarding, which is a company that was sanctioned because it allowed North Korean officials working in the European Union or present in the European Union to procure items on behalf of North Korea and sending them to North Korea. So you can see how if you were going to just base your proliferation finance assessment of the risk of proliferation on pure sanctions screening, you would only see these three companies, but you would miss, for instance, Dalian Münhe or its owners who have specific ties to DPRK sanctions evasion activity and that would not be reflected on a sanctions list. So there's an element of wanting to go forward, wanting to analyze whether and detect whether you might be exposed to sanctions evasion activity if you engage with companies that may not have been sanctioned, but that if you look a bit beyond that, if you analyze their trade patterns, if you analyze their addresses, if you analyze their ownership, you might find that they have these sorts of relationships that might be exposing your organization to some sanctions evasion risk. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this case. My colleague, Mark, who is the Chief Research Officer at Caron, will have case studies tomorrow that he can show you in more detail. And I think they will stress this point of going beyond screening much more than I have. So let's continue. Let's pick it up where we left it. We were talking about recommendation 1, FATF, calling for countries to understand the risks that they're exposed to in terms of proliferation finance. Now, what does this recommendation actually call countries to do? What does it need from countries? It needs that countries identify and assess their proliferation finance risks. It also needs that countries, once they have understood the proliferation finance risks, take active measures to mitigate those risks based on the level of risks that they have identified. This is why I said that this was an interesting recommendation, because it leaves it up to the countries to act based on their own understanding of risks. And then it gets a bit more specific, and it asks that countries designate an authority or a mechanism to coordinate the actions to actually assess those proliferation finance risks. So, for instance, to coordinate a national risk assessment at the national level, to keep the risk assessment up to date. That is very important. This is not something that can just be done once and then get forgotten about. It needs to be reassessed because, again, proliferators will find new ways to continue to engage in that activity. And then the results of the risk assessment should ideally be communicated to all of the stakeholders that need to be aware of this. Namely, in this case, the private sector. Private sector needs to know what they're facing, what the country is facing. Because, as we will see in the next slide, the private sector is also required by the FATF to conduct its own assessment of proliferation finance risks. In particular, the FATF is calling financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses and professions, the NFBPs, to identify and assess their PF risks, mitigate those risks, again, like countries, based on their own understanding of the risks, monitor the implementation. The states should monitor the implementation, and the companies should also monitor the implementation of those mitigation strategies or mitigation controls. And then also, the private sector has to communicate those, the results of the risk assessments to the government. This has to be a two-way communication system by which both private sector, financial institutions, the NFBPs, and government tell each other what they're seeing in terms of proliferation finance. I'm pretty sure that this statement is going to be repeated along the next 2 days, but the private sector is really at the forefront of combating money laundering, terrorist finance, and needless to say, proliferation finance. It is through the private sector that most of the money is moved. So the private sector has a real role in identifying and communicating the proliferation finance risk that it might face. Think about the case that I presented you earlier and how if you're working in a financial institution and we're about to open an account for Dalian Münhe, that company, you could potentially be exposed to being used or exploited for proliferation financing activity. There are several examples that can be used by other countries, by private sector companies to carry their own risk assessments. So I'm going to just very quickly mention these four. We have, of course, the FATF's guidance on proliferation financing risk assessment and mitigation. This is what the FATF understands as the very minimum that has to be taken into consideration by states to assess their PF risks. It gives some examples. I have included the excuse me, have included the 2024 National Proliferation Finance Risk Assessment of the United States, which is a thorough assessment. The United States has been publishing annual risk assessments over the last few years, and this is the last one. So countries could read it, or anyone could read it, it's public, to understand how the United States and other countries, there are many countries that have published their own risk assessments and can be read online, to understand how they are approaching this issue. Then the UAE, the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation, has published specific guidance for financial institutions, DNFBPs, and also virtual asset services providers, and I will talk about this later, but they also have a big role in preventing proliferation finance. So the UAE has published guidance for them to conduct their own proliferation finance risk assessments. And then Rusi and my colleague Noemi, who will talk about this either today or tomorrow, she has 2 presentations and she will go much more into detail, but she has published also guidance for institutional proliferation finance risk assessments that can be used by private companies to assess and understand their own proliferation finance risks. So there are plenty of resources available online. I'm happy to point you to more, but you can also find them yourselves and see how other institutions, other countries are understanding and assessing their risks of proliferation finance. Now moving on to recommendation number 2. Recommendation number 2 calls for countries to have counter-proliferation finance policies at the national level. These policies should be informed by the risks that the country has identified. So do you see the link with the previous recommendation? First, the country needs to understand and assess its own proliferation finance risks, and then, based on those risks, it has to design counter-proliferation finance policies. Now, this resolution is also specifically calling for countries to have interagency frameworks, to have an exchange of information with mechanism that allows authorities within the country to communicate with each other, to design those policies, and to implement them. And to help with that, the FATF is calling for countries to designate specific authorities that should be responsible for setting up those counter-proliferation finance policies and implementing them. And I like to use examples. So I have a local example here that might be familiar. Here in the United Arab Emirates, it's the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation that is the focal point for targeted financial sanctions in the country and for implementing those targeted financial sanctions obligations. Think of those targeted financial sanctions that we spoke about regarding North Korea, for instance. So Eocn has taken it upon itself to organize and manage the national cooperation and the setting up of policies to implement these sanctions. And as part of its work, Eocn works with law enforcement agencies, export control agencies, supervisory authorities, financial intelligence unit in the country, and also local registrars, which hold information about companies, to get them all together to work on counter-proliferation finance measures. Now, read between the lines here. The fact that so many different authorities are part of the counter-proliferation finance ecosystem here in the UAE and also in other countries is a testament of how complex this issue is. You have export control agencies who look at trade. Remember that procurement model that I presented at the beginning where we talked about how the items need to be shipped back to the country? That is going to be probably something that export control agencies have a better overview of. But what about the movement of the financial flows? Remember that the money has to be moved from the actor of proliferation concern all the way to the manufacturer that they are trying to buy items from. That will probably be something that financial intelligence units have a better view of. Or supervisory authorities, who can also try to enforce the obligations and make sure that banks, the NFPPs, comply with their obligations. So it is something that has to be tackled from different angles, and that is why the FATF is calling for countries to have these national coordination and cooperation mechanisms. Now we're moving into the crown jewel, so as to say, of the counter-proliferation finance recommendations at the FATF level, which is recommendation 7, which has been around for a while. Recommendation 7 basically calls for countries to implement the targeted financial sanctions that the United Nations Security Council has placed on specific actors, companies, entities, vessels. And it calls for countries to do that without delay, which means in a matter of hours. This is not something that can wait. If someone is sanctioned by the United Nations, the targeted financial sanctions have to apply within a matter of hours. It cannot be left for the next day or the next week because, when someone is sanctioned, they will know that they are sanctioned. The list will be public, so they will very quickly move to try to move their assets to avoid them from being frozen. Remember, as I said earlier, as of today, in 2024, the United Nations Security Council only has targeted financial sanctions on North Korea. When we talk about proliferation finance, there's other sanctions programs, but when we talk about proliferation finance, only the North Korea sanctions apply, and those are the ones that Recommendation 7 is talking about. And this recommendation is rules-based, basically. It describes a set of rules that I will go over in the next slides that countries have to comply with, or that the FATF recommends and will assess on whether countries comply with. It is not risk-based like Recommendation 1, where countries, would have to assess their own risks and then identify those risks and mitigate them as they understand they should. In this case, there's a set of rules. So let's go through them. Well, first of all, the first sort of rule, the first recommendation or subset of recommendations within Recommendation 7, I think it's pretty obvious, which is that in line with the requirements under the Security Council, the assets and the funds, the economic funds of entities, individuals who are sanctioned have to be frozen without delay. They cannot, if you work in a financial institution and you hold some assets for a sanctioned individual, those assets should be frozen within a matter of hours. That applies to any other stakeholder, by the way. And another part of this recommendation is that funds and assets cannot be made available to sanctioned parties. So if someone approaches you, someone that is sanctioned approaches you and asks for money, in principle, you should not give them that money. That is what that recommendation is saying. That applies at the individual level too. You don't need to be a bank. That applies to every stakeholder. Now, I will talk about this later, but there are some exemptions. In some cases, the United Nations Security Council will allow for the use of some funds, but in principle, they should be frozen and not be made available to them. Now, it is also very important to keep in mind that this recommendation applies, and the obligation to freeze funds and assets applies not only to those individuals and entities that are sanctioned, but also to the assets and funds of other individuals or other entities who might be acting on behalf or at the direction of sanctioned individuals. Again, think of the case that I presented at the beginning. Someone is sanctioned, they will try to keep going. They will try to avoid those sanctions and have someone else do the work on their behalf because they know that them being sanctioned, it is going to be very difficult for them to move money around. So they will ask someone, family, friends, an intermediary, to do that on their behalf. If you understand that that might be happening and you identify someone that might be operating on behalf of a sanctioned party, those assets, those funds should also be prevented from moving. Once that an entity freezes the funds of a sanctioned individual or sanctioned entity, they should report that action to the authorities, to domestic authorities. And then the authorities should consider whether to also communicate that to the United Nations Security Council. The Security Council, the sanctions committees, they want to keep track of the implementation of sanctions. So it is important for them to know whether someone, a bank, another entity has frozen the assets of a sanctioned individual or entity. And then, as I said, there are some exemptions that the United Nations will allow in terms of, for instance, humanitarian exemptions or to pay medical bills, to pay child support. In several cases, the UN Security Council will allow for sanctioned parties to use funds. In such cases, states should have mechanisms in place to allow for the use of those funds. The same applies to the listings. The listing is when the United Nations Security Council simply decides that someone should not be subject to sanctions anymore. If that happens, then obviously the country should have mechanisms to make sure that that individual or that company can recover ownership and the use of their funds and assets. The same thing as with recommendation 2, the FATF is asking that countries have a specific authority and a specific mechanism to implement and enforce these targeted financial sanctions. We have seen that here in the UAE, it's the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation. And that authority, that authority and the country itself should have mechanisms to also communicate with financial institutions and the NFVPs, to provide them guidance, to make sure that they are able to implement targeted financial sanctions themselves. Again, the private sector is at the forefront of these efforts. They need to know how to implement these sanctions and these measures. So the country has to take it upon themselves to guide them through this process. And also, the country should have mechanisms to punish those who are not complying. If a bank, if a DNFBP, if another entity is not complying with the provisions, if they are allowing sanctioned parties to continue to use their funds, they should be, there should be administrative, civil, or criminal penalties that can be imposed upon those parties. That is what the FATF is saying. So there should be something that the country can use to, invite, in a way, private sector companies to enforce these targeted financial sanctions and not just continue to operate without overview. Just want to give you an example here, for instance, again taken from the Eocn website. Eocn, again, focal point for the implementation of targeted financial sanctions. It communicates the sanctions listings through its website. There, on the left side of the screen, there are links to the sanctions lists. The UAE has an autonomous sanctions list as per Resolution 1373 of the United Nations, but it also publishes the United Nations Consolidated List, which includes all of the targeted financial sanctions against North Korea and many others. So they are very rapidly available through the website. It also provides guidance to the private sector on its website and then through documents like the one I presented earlier. So if you look at the website, you will see that there's a whole section dedicated to how to implement sanctions here in the UAE, with best practices, actual advice, definitions of terms, like what is a targeted financial sanctions, what does an asset freeze mean, how to screen against lists, the whole process that companies should follow. That is an example of an authority that wants to comply with those provisions and makes it kind of easily available for companies to understand how they should act in front of targeted financial sanctions. Now, I'm talking also, so the Security Council in the United Nations decides who to sanction. And it does its own work, or its own investigative work, to identify parties that should be subject to sanctions, but it also depends on member states volunteering or proposing individuals or entities that should be subject to sanctions. So, for instance, if an authority here in the United Arab Emirates identified that a specific individual is violating the provisions of the North Korean resolutions, the resolutions on the DPRK, they could propose the United Nations Security Council to sanction that individual. So the FATF is asking that countries have those sorts of mechanisms available to communicate and to submit requests for the UN to consider whether to sanction someone. The same way that countries should also have procedures to submit delisting requests. So think about it. If I was sanctioned tomorrow and I thought that the sanctions that have been placed upon me are a mistake, for instance, I should be allowed to put my case in front of the United Nations Security Council and try to get delisted. So my country, in my case Spain, would have a mechanism for me to actually either at the national level submit that request for the state on my behalf to ask the Security Council to delist me, or to put my case forward. Maybe the country will not actively ask for me to be delisted, but it will put my case forward, or the state might directly link me to the UN Security Council. It might provide communications mechanism for me to put my case forward directly in front of the Security Council. But this mechanism has to exist and has to be made known to any actor who again, wants to submit a request for their delisting. And then two sort of exemptions here as cases where funds can be used by sanctioned individuals or entities. There are two cases that the FATF has described. One is if someone has entered a contract with another party and that someone is sanctioned, but the contract was signed before sanctions, if under that contract money was owed to that person of that company, then that money should still be allowed to be paid to the accounts of that individual or company. However, that money has to remain in frozen accounts. So if I enter a contract with someone and they owe me money and then the next day I'm sanctioned, all my accounts will be frozen. That money will be paid into my frozen accounts and it will remain frozen. The other way around works as well. If I enter into a contract with someone and I owe them money and then the next day I'm sanctioned, I still have to pay that money to that someone. So that money should be allowed to flow from my account to that person's account. But in these cases, please make sure that the United Nations Security Council is aware. To comply with the resolutions, the Security Council has to be aware, and in some cases, when you're in doubt, ask for their permission before doing that or allowing that movement of funds. There's more to recommendation 7. Those are the things I chose to highlight. You can read through all of the FATF methodology. It has very detailed guidance on each of these provisions. But I'm choosing to pick I'm choosing to pick some things that I think will be immediately useful for public and private sector here. So I'm moving now to recommendation 15, which is the last of the recommendations that the FATF has that specifically touches on proliferation finance. And this is a similar recommendation to recommendation 1, but it specifically focuses on virtual asset services providers and new technologies. I'm pretty sure that all of us have heard about cryptocurrencies over the last few years. A lot of us have questions about them. The FATF is not a stranger to this. The FATF knows that this is a reality, that cryptocurrencies, new technologies are increasing their significance, and they have also understood that they can be exploited for malign use. They can be used for terrorism finance, and they have been used for terrorism finance. They can and they have been used for proliferation activity. So the FATF has recently started to ask countries to also identify and assess the proliferation finance risks that emerge from virtual asset related activities. And it has also asked that countries require virtual asset services providers like mixers or exchanges to assess and identify and mitigate their own risks. So again, very close to recommendation 1, but specifically to virtual asset services providers, because otherwise that might create a gap outside of what we understand as the maybe formal financial system or fiat currency system that could be exploited for malign use. So now these type of entities have to understand and might mitigate their own risks too. And then finally, immediate outcome 11. Right? We have talked about technical compliance. Remember at the beginning, few slides ago, I talked about the FATF focusing on technical compliance, so whether countries have taken steps to comply with the recommendations. That is what we have just seen. And now the FATF will also look at whether countries are effectively preventing, in this case, proliferation finance from happening in the country, in the jurisdiction. Immediate outcome 11, that's what it does. It specifically looks at whether persons and entities involved in weapons of mass destruction proliferation are prevented from raising, moving, and using funds consistent with the relevant Security Council resolutions. If your country is effective in that, then great. You just have to make your case in front of the FATF assessors. And I'm going to give you some examples of things that you can put forward. Because remember, it is the responsibility of each country to demonstrate that their systems, their anti-money laundering, counterterrorism finance, and counter-proliferation finance systems are effective. The FATF cannot just arrive and understand that they are effective. The country has to actually give them reason to believe. Some key metrics for effectiveness that you might want to keep in mind as public sector officials, for those of you in the room who work on this realm, and those of you following online that might be facing an assessment from the FATF. Look at whether persons or entities that have been designated by the UN are being identified in your country, whether by the private sector entities or by the public sector, and then being prevented from raising, moving, and using funds. That is very linked to recommendation 7. So identify those individuals or entities who might be violating sanctions and prevent them from doing so. Then check whether the targeted financial sanctions are being implemented without delay in a matter of hours. See if your countries are communicating new listings within a matter of hours, or if it takes longer for them to be communicated to the relevant stakeholders. If it takes longer, then maybe you can consider mechanisms to make that more quicker, basically, to make that communication quicker so that companies get those designations in real time and they know who they cannot do business with. And then, is there adequate coordination and cooperation in the country? Are the authorities able to talk with each other? Can they share information? Can they share intelligence? Can they design and act upon counter-proliferation finance policies? If so, that is something that the FATF assessors will want to know. And that is something that you can use to prove that the country is actively working to prevent proliferation finance. And then, is the country actively assessing and understanding the risks of proliferation finance at the national level, also at the private sector level? Are companies assessing their own risks? Has the country published that risk assessment? If it hasn't published it, has it done one? Has it communicated the results to the private sector? Those are things to take into consideration, and that is very linked to recommendation 1. So again, the recommendations are very tied to the metrics for effectiveness that the FATF might be interested in learning from your countries. And now some ideas, some factors that you can use to support an assessment for effectiveness, some other things that you can put forward. For instance, what measures has the country adopted to ensure the implementation of targeted financial sanctions? Are there civilian administrative penalties? Have they been enforced? Has the country designed a website maybe to communicate those sanctions to all the relevant stakeholders? Are there mechanisms that are used to prevent potential breaches of sanctions? And this is a very interesting one, can the public and private sectors obtain, and especially the public sector here, the competent authorities, can they obtain beneficial ownership information? And again, I'm going to refer to the case I presented earlier about that North Korean network. There was a company that was not sanctioned. Its owners were not sanctioned. But one of the owners had owned previously a company that was sanctioned for activities related to proliferation, to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Now, if the authorities are able to understand or to identify that ownership relationship, if they can go to a beneficial ownership registry or to a corporate registry that offers ownership information, they will probably easily identify that relationship. If they cannot, they have a blind spot there. They cannot see that ownership relationship. They will be facing potential risks by that ownership chain. And then, for instance, are the authorities exchanging intelligence? Again, are they talking to each other? Are they talking to the private sector? And I wanted to give you, to leave you with a thought. I forgot to give you a couple of figures earlier, and I'm going to give them to you now. So remember, and I'm going to put the summary actually to finish because I have 2 minutes. And this is my last slide, so I will be in time. Basically, these are some ideas, some key takeaways. Assess the risks of proliferation, investigate, empower the national authorities to investigate proliferation finance and implement the policies, establish communication channels, implement targeted financial sanctions, that's number 1, as well as assessing risks. But then that idea of the UN sets the rules, and again, the rules set by the Security Council are compulsory, that's international law. But the FATF is the one that makes you follow them. And I forgot to give you figures earlier, I'm going to give them to you now. There are 2 studies that I have found particularly useful, or if not useful, at least impactful. One was an analysis of SWIFT transactions between 2004 and 2014 on countries in the FATF grey list. The grey list is basically the list of countries that the FATF has identified as having some deficiencies in their money laundering, terrorism finance, or counter-proliferation finance systems. So they put them on the grey list, and they work with them to identify and work to mitigate those deficiencies. Now, that study said that when a country is placed in the grey list, they risk losing around, or in average, they might lose around 10% of foreign direct investment. over the time that they're in the gray list. That was 10 years ago. I don't know how much that figure might have changed, but that is something that, will invite countries to want to avoid being placed on the gray list. And there was a different study, more recent, in 2021, that said that while countries are placed in the gray list, they, in average, lose 7.6 of their gross domestic product. It's kind of an important figure. So that's when I said the FATF actually makes you want to follow the United Nations Security Council resolutions, because if not, you might be placed on the gray list. If you're placed in the gray list, that's a period of months or years that it might be economically detrimental to the country. Again, work with if that's the case of your country, work with the FATF, work with international technical assistance providers, and getting out of the gray list is a possibility, and just work on those recommendations that I just mentioned. And that is all. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'll be here for the next 2 days, so happy to answer anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alberto, for the wonderful insight. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Naomi on the stage for her session on linkages of organized crime and proliferation financing.
Good morning, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be back in Dubai. I was here last year at the previous Eocn summit. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Eocn for having invited me again and to have the opportunity to share the stage with experts such as Alberto. I must say, Alberto, I've really much enjoyed your presentation. I think you're one of the few experts who can make international legislation interesting and exciting. So really well done. I really, really enjoyed that presentation. So I am here today to talk about proliferation finance, proliferation finances, and touch point with organized crime. I think this is quite a particular session, a particular 30 minutes, because ultimately I am not here to provide clear information as to correlation, as to causality between organized crime organizations and PF, but really exploring touch points, really sort of, I guess, peppering the seeds for what it is that we need to be aware of as CPF experts moving forward. So, actually, Alberto did a brilliant job at sort of setting up the context and talking about the UNSCR 1540, but why is it that I'm setting the scene here? I think it's really important to be cognizant of the way organized crime organizations can actually be seen as non-state actors. So we know from Alberto's presentation that ultimately 1540 seeks to ensure that non-state actors such as terrorists, such as intermediaries, such as brokers, such as financiers, are really prevented from being able to support state actors in their weapons of mass destruction programs endeavors. But ultimately what I want to understand is, to what extent could it be that organized crime can potentially work in collaboration with state actors, or at least sort of leverage one another's existing framework, existing networks? And this is what I want to do over the next 30 minutes. Now, before I begin, as a good academic that I am, I just want to provide a definition, of what organized crime is. So, the UNODC defines organized crime as a continuing criminal enterprise that rationally works to profit from illicit activities. And I think the word rationally here, as an ex-economist, is something that is quite pertinent here. It's the really seeking to work and operate as a rational economic actor to really profit from activities that are often in great public demand. So the question here is, could it be that proliferation is in great public demand. Now, obviously, because I work in CPF, and this is what I see day in, day out, my initial reaction is going to be, yes, absolutely, 100%. What I want to highlight as well before moving on is that organized crime ultimately will vary across countries, will vary across cultures, will vary across crime types, and it's absolutely fundamental to be aware of the versatility that organized crime groups typically adopt. So, could it be that, when I was sort of asked to explore this, my first reaction was the following. Could it be that a proliferation finance state actor be actually a transnational organized crime group itself? So I started looking into this, prepping for today's session. And from what I see from academic literature is that typically you have 4 levels of state involvement in criminal activities. And on that spectrum, you have passive complicity of states, all the way up to state-operated criminal activities. And what we seek to explore here is whether we have evidence of state-sponsored or state-operated criminal activities. Because ultimately, we need to be aware that transnational organized crime can actually be a tool of asymmetric power. When you are a state that has less conventional power, you could actually leverage organized crime in order to really act as a proxy of power. So, with that in mind, could it be argued that a state actor, such as North Korea, for instance, or the DPRK, and I must apologize in advance, I will be, going back and forth between North Korea and DPRK throughout the next 2 days. So could it be that the DPRK could be considered as a transnational organized group? Is it a fair point? Or am I stretching things here a little? We know that prior to 2009, North Korea has been involved in the manufacturing of drugs, of meth, fentanyl, for instance. We know that North Korea has been involved in the smuggling of oil, in the smuggling of drugs. Similarly, in Africa, in the continent, the African continent, there is evidence that North Korea has been involved in the trafficking of arms and weapons. Similarly, North Korea is often hailed as being very, very good at counterfeiting currency, those so-called super notes, counterfeiting goods, such as cigarettes, and counterfeiting pharmaceuticals, for instance. Again, in Africa, there's evidence of North Korea being involved in the illegal trade of wildlife. Human trafficking is also another typology that North Korea is often being accused of. And this is an interesting one because in the context of the research that I undertake across a number of different clients and also a number of different countries, some people actually challenge the concept of human trafficking. Often they say that the workers that are being sent from North Korea abroad, in Africa, for instance, working in fisheries, working in construction, also in Southeast Asia, for instance, working in restaurants, working as IT workers, those are not forced laborers. Those are individuals who often, I am told, by specialists, by other SMEs, are actually very happy being sent abroad in order to raise revenue for the state. But that's a debate for another day. And actually, I would be delighted to have this conversation with you over a coffee. As Alberto has mentioned, I will be here over the next 2 days. And as a researcher, as well as a consultant, I must say sometimes it's actually very hard removing that cap. I'm always really thirsty for information and for knowledge. And I'm very, very aware that I am in a room full of experts today. And finally, another point as well that is often referred to is insurance fraud. There is evidence that North Korea is involved in insurance fraud in order to raise revenue. Again, I couldn't be talking here about raising revenue and not mentioning the Bangladesh heist, for instance. So, as well as the use of diplomats, we know that North Korea, through a number of groups such as the Lazarus Group or such as Blue North, also known as Advanced Persistent Threats, has been raising revenues by engaging into hacks, by deploying sophisticated malware, and ultimately being able to launder those money through land-based casinos as well as junkets. And interestingly enough, this is an extract from a report that was issued earlier this year by two peers of mine, looking at and evidencing that actually some of the funds that were hacked from the Bangladesh Central Bank were actually laundered through a number of casinos and junket operators. And the reason I'm discussing this here is because often we know that there are some relationships between casinos, the gambling industry, and organized crime. And I did warn you at the start of this session, really I will be exploring touch points. At this point, at this stage of my research, I am not able to sit here in front of all of you and say, there is clear causality, there is clear correlation between organized crime and state actors. So really what I'm presenting here are nuggets of information indicating to touch points and definitely worth investigating and exploring further if we want to really move forward into our counter-proliferation finance efforts. So I've talked about North Korea. I've talked about North Korea's typologies, which many of you will agree are plainly criminal activities in order to raise funds, in order to move funds. And what I want to talk about right now is then organized crime groups and where they can actually support proliferation finance. So if you remember, and I think honestly, Alberto, thank you so much because you really have set the scene for me. Alberto talked about the 3 stages of proliferation finance, which was raising the funds, moving the funds, and procurement. Now, right now, I am not going to talk about procurement, but I'm certainly going to talk about raising the funds and moving the funds. And in that regard, where is it that organized crime can raise the funds and move the funds? So we know that organized crime actually has been involved, is involved in wildlife trafficking. Organized crime is involved in drug trafficking. Organized crime is absolutely involved in human trafficking through the promise of lucrative employment. And we know that there's evidence of trafficked laborers being forced into prostitution, of course, as well as engaging into setting up fake online gaming platforms, as well as investment scams, as well as romantic relationships with victims, also called pig butchering. There's clear evidence of that. No doubt about this. And we also know that victims of cyber fraud will be targeted using data that will have been bought and sold on the dark web as well as on the clear web. So this is where we can see that organized crime is raising funds. And I think you will see from what I've described here that some of those elements are quite reminiscent of what I was discussing in the previous slide. What about moving those funds? Where is it that organized crime can support in the movement of funds? Transferring illicit funds between a number of different bank accounts, crypto accounts, as well as over-the-counter brokers. This is something that we have seen a lot of. This is also done through junket operators, through casinos. So again, something that is quite reminiscent of what I discussed 2 slides ago. Also, we know that some of the individuals who are being recruited into those employment will be providing their own bank account details to syndicates in order to really facilitate the obfuscation of the movement of funds. So ultimately, the question is as follows. Is the state penetrating organized crime? I lived in Mexico for a good 5 years, and obviously back in Mexico, the question was the reverse. Is organized crime, are the cartels penetrating the state? But here the question is different. Is the state penetrating organized crime? And as a good researcher as I am, I'm not comfortable saying yes or no. I'm still seeking hard data, hard evidence, but I think it is a valid question to pose here. We know that North Korea is incredibly agile. And I often, when I'm doing my research on North Korea, I often think of Nassim Taleb's book, Anti-Fragile, because North Korea has this responsiveness, this agility that makes it very, very good at what it does. It's almost a trendsetter. This is what a subject matter expert I was interviewing in the context of another piece of work that I'm currently doing said about North Korea. And it is all about the bottom-up funding. So with that in mind, you may wonder, well, why is it that Noemi has put up a screenshot of this article? Because we now know that there's clear evidence that North Koreans are using fake names, fake scripts to land remote IT work in order to raise revenue, almost like those scams we often hear about. We also know that North Koreans are actually using deepfakes so that they will appear as Westerners as they're conducting job interviews. So clearly there is this sort of trend-setting a mindset here emerging. So hopefully I've set the scene. And the question here are, what are the possible touch points with organized crime? So starting from the bottom of this table here, I would like to talk about the oil tanker ownership. I think this is where the clearest connection lies at this point in time. And if some of you haven't read that report yet, I strongly recommend you do, if you're interested in the topic. The Black Gold report that was published back in 2021 really explores the connection between organized crime groups and North Korea. So we know, for instance, that an individual called Alvin Chow was the owner through a layer of ownership, through a complex ownership of companies, tankers that were involved in the ship-to-ship transfer of oil. And when you start digging, Mr. Chow, who is the former CEO of a junket operator, Sun City Group, has actually strong ties with an individual called Broken Tooth, who is a known gangster tied to the 14K triad. So, touch point number one. Touch point number two, casinos, gambling. The Bangladesh heist was actually a very important, mind-blowing heist in terms of the amount of money that was hacked. I think the idea was to target roughly $1 billion. I think 80 million were actually hacked in the end. But what is important to note is that a big chunk of that money was sent to the Philippines, where a number of different accounts were set up using fake IDs. And then through an MSB, the funds that were sitting in those accounts were then sent to some casinos and laundered through those casinos, including junket operator. So that's your second touch point. And then, of course, the other elements I want to explore here are the different smuggling networks. We know that diplomats, North Korean diplomats, are typically, in charge of raising funds, of raising revenues, of moving the funds through diplomatic pouches, for instance, of setting up networks of experts. This is certainly what was observed in a number of countries in Southeast Asia. And the question is, if they are looking to smuggle alcohol, cigarettes, what network are they going to use? Are they going to use their own network, or are they going to leverage existing network? And again, through some of the research, I'm sometimes very fortunate to hear crazy and funny anecdotes, but I was talking to someone who was telling me of a North Korean diplomat based in the European Union who actually ended up having to cut ties with an organized crime group in France, and it made me chuckle because I am from France, and because ultimately that individual didn't like the way the business was being done by that group. So again, anecdotally we hear of those ties, but the challenge here is to clearly have a clear set, clear data, robust data to keep on exploring this as researchers, but of course as risk practitioners. And finally, in terms of what the possible touch points are with organized crime, we know that there are a number of workers being sent to Southeast Asia to work in restaurants, for instance, but also IT workers, but also individuals working in fisheries and construction in Africa. And the question is, since after 2019, those North Korean workers are no longer allowed to operate outside of North Korea. They have had to be repatriated. What ID are they using? Fake ID, that's the logical next step. And how are they obtaining this ID? Now, some SMEs tell me, well, actually, you know that North Korea is pretty good at counterfeit. You know, so what would stop them from actually issuing good fake passports? Whilst others say, nah, they don't have time to worry about such things. They are going to sort of liaise with groups that are specializing in forgery, and they'll be leveraging the existing networks and setups. So, ultimately, those are the possible touch points with organized crime that are worth exploring, that are worth investigating, and that are worth gathering data on. Now, the question here is, why is that relevant to us? So I mainly come from the private sector, and I used to work in banking. A lot of the work that I do aims to support the private sector, and this is something that we'll be exploring tomorrow in further detail. But as financial institutions and DNFBPs, but more financial institutions, are struggling to really understand what the PF typologies are that will then feed into their SARs, their suspicious activity reports, that will then feed into their control framework. It is worth looking into touch points with organized crime. It is worth investigating this dimension to make us even better at CPF. So, going back to my presentation, I want to talk about APT, Advanced Persistent Threats. We know that the Lazarus Group, many people in this room will have heard of the Lazarus Group, involved of course in the Bangladesh bank attacks, involved in a number of different hacks, as well as Blue Norov, as well as APT45, also known as Andariel. Those groups are incredibly sophisticated at releasing sophisticated malware, at targeting financial institutions, targeting the technical sector, targeting engineering sector, and ultimately they are engaging in financial theft, but also in espionage. And you can see on those slides that this activity has been going as far back as 2013. What is important to note is a recent UNODC report actually clearly states that when it comes to underground banking networks, which again we'll be exploring in further detail tomorrow, there is, those are shared across a number of different actors. And that includes individuals like, drug traffickers, of course, cyber fraudsters, but groups such as the Lazarus groups that is sponsored by North Korea. So again, another touch point. So, what does it mean? Where does that take us next? I think, I'd be lying if I said that I know exactly where we're at in terms of clearly understanding the correlation between state actors such as North Korea and organized crime. Are they collaborating? Are they simply two ecosystems that need to live off one another's knowledge, setup, frameworks, networks? I don't know. Today, I don't know. Maybe next year, if I'm invited again, I'll be in a position to tell you, well, this is what my research says, this is the data we have, and hopefully that will be the case. But what I want to really highlight here is that criminals are operating at speed, and we know that North Korea is operating at speed. It is incredibly agile, and actually, I do a fair bit of work in the crypto space, and it is mind-blowing how fast they are at obfuscating those crypto assets that they have hacked. And so clearly there's some synergy to be had there. We know that there's this communication through dark forums. So whilst we're all busy, from agency to agency, setting up memorandums of understandings, they are not. They have no memorandums of understanding. They collaborate. They share the vulnerabilities to exploit. They have clear sets of communication. They do not need to sort of spend endless amount of time and money on consultants to set up communication platforms. They have those platforms in place. Something else as well that is very impressive in, of course, a morbid way is their communication, their ability to really easily transfer their capability from one side to another. So to give you an example, I have come across some individuals who were involved in pig butchering. Very clearly, they identified actually that given their capacity to communicate, given their delivery capacity, their collection methods, and the trusted network of partners that they had, that they could actually make more money in drug trafficking. And this is what they did. They simply transferred their whole system across to drug trafficking. And again, moving forward, looking ahead, we know that increasingly offensive AI is going to take a greater part into criminal activities, and of course, that includes PF as well. The final note I want to highlight here is going back to the Lazarus, the Blue Noroff, and APT45. We need to understand that those individuals who are operating on behalf of North Korea are not the cyber slaves that we imagine them to be. They are incredibly, incredibly skilled problem solvers, incredibly educated. And what we need to know is that they have allies outside of North Korea. The question is, are those allies organized crime? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naomi, for the wonderful insight. We'll be taking a short coffee break and returning here at 11:50. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا مدامنا من هالدار ما بنعرف عن أنفسنا.
May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. My name is Ahmed Al-Falasi. I am head of the department of TFS at the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation. I will be making my presentation in English, as our colleague Salayim said at the beginning of the session.
TFS and to what my colleagues and experts have highlighted in earlier sessions when it comes to the international standards and requirements set by the FATF and the UNSCRs relevant to terrorist financing and proliferation financing. So let me elaborate more on Eocn perspective and what we have done as of today, inshallah. And to reiterate a little bit on the legislation and certain requirements. So as everyone knows, we have the AML-CFT framework set in different time span, but the amendments that occur is mainly to focus on the requirements set by FATF. The AML-CFT framework has highlighted in 2018 the responsibilities towards the FIs and the NFAPs. However, at a later time, the Cabinet issued the federal law amended 26 to 2021, adding the requirements set by the supervisory authorities, as well as the mandate required the virtual asset service providers to comply with the AML-CFT, and in particular, the ones relevant to TFS. And as you know, what's been highlighted in the AML-CFT framework in terms of administrative penalties and criminal penalties will definitely comply and be on the virtual assets VASP. Moving on, as highlighted in the Article 16, when we just saw the elements of compliance set in the UNSCR elements, the Cabinet Decision 74 to 2020 came in place to orchestrate and establish a proper framework where it highlights the requirements for the Recommendation 6, Recommendation 7 of the FATF in different areas, and in particular to focus on the element without delay. So all the countries have been assessed by FATF had to present and demonstrate how these documents, legal documents that describe the implementation without delay are practically done in terms of effectiveness. To describe more the role of the Eocn, it's not only about dissemination, it's about coordination, and what happened with our colleague, Alberto highlighted the domestic cooperation. It's an important element to have a transparent flow of communication, not only with the government agencies, but also with the private sector. Coordination in different fronts in matter of ensuring that the entity, reporting entity, gets the dissemination of any sanction update that occurs on the UNSCR or local list, as well as the government agencies have the same obligation to conduct screening, collecting these information, assessing them, and then sharing it with law enforcement agencies to prosecute with their activities. Engagement, outreach, sharing documents. So I will shed light in the next slides on those elements. As described with the United Nations Security Council resolution and to be in line with the recommendations set by FATF, So the elements of TF set in recommendation 6, we're talking about the 1373, that all member states have to have their own local list to designate people, individuals, and groups into their list that are providing or causing issue in that country or X jurisdiction. The 1267 and 1988. When we speak about the recommendation 7, and as highlighted by Alberto earlier today, and the requirements, the element where the FATF have announced that as of October 2023, the sanction list on 2231 got expired, means that the requirements to implement TFS have went away from 2231 and the focus is only on 1718. However, we still recommend that all parties should conduct screening and enhanced due diligence to those individuals because they're still listed in the blacklist of FATF. And here, the authorities and the private sector need to assess the risk and context of the trade activities or transactions in terms of establishing companies, doing business and all of that, and to their internal controls and to do business. So we're not saying that you're not allowed to do business, but learn more, raise awareness, update your internal procedures, and do your business accordingly, as set by the supervisory authorities. So we're talking about public-private partnership and why we need that in place. The recommendation 2 sets the clear cooperation. And here in the infograph in front of you, any update that occur from different areas in the UNSCR or the cabinet comes to the Eocn, and in our role and responsibility, we share it with the government and private sector. Also, it's an important role to have a TFS working group as shown here, but the public-private partnership will allow us to enhance our documents, to understand where are the challenges that arise from the legislation application from private sector. Is there any challenges? Do you guys face any issue? Is there anything that need to be taken into consideration by the legal guys to update, enhance, and to move forward to be able to practice your day-to-day business? And especially when it comes to Eocn, I'll speak on that more at a later time, but we take the advisory role from experts from those, from the private sector, from FIs, the NFPs, and VASP, to keep things up to date. We updated many guidances in Eocn with really appreciation to those people nominated to the TFS working group. We took a lot of feedback. We have issued dedicated guidances to certain sectors based on the feedback that arise from that sector. The important factor that allowed us to work through the time where we were listed in the gray list and how we ensured that we are complying with the best practices and how to convince everyone that this is the application and this is the effectiveness and it's drafted in the legal documents and this is how we are doing it in reality. So we came up with TFS tools that allow us to show proper implementation and effectiveness. The Eocn developed the notification alert system, and as shown in the earlier slide today by Alberto, the authorities, public and private sector, are required to register to be able to receive those dissemination updates and to conduct screening accordingly and then to provide the report. When we talk about reporting, we have two streams of reportings, either from government agencies or from private sector agencies. So the flow chart in front of you exactly explains the mechanism that things are working here in the UAE. So basically, if any suspicious transaction occurred from a private sector, goes through the government. We had a lot of consultation with the FIU to enhance the reasons for reporting, to allow the private sector to raise those reports via GoML without the need to develop another standalone tool. So we wanted to make things easier instead of complicating matters to everyone. So having one window to report all activities, ML, TF, and PF, is the way forward, and how we took that initiative into making things easier and facilitating your compliance duty, because we understand that the supervisory authorities are barging with a lot of requirements, and it's not because of they hate you or for God forbid. I mean, there are a lot of things that happens internationally, and there are a lot of challenges that occur. They need to rectify, they need to coach, and they send it through memos. And this is what we do in terms of TFS. We look at terrorist financing applications and proliferation applications. Also, we have a lot of push and pull kind of discussion with them to ensure that they are having that smooth communication with the private sector, to ensure that everyone is compliant with the requirements, aware of their duties, and to stay up to date with everything. Talking about guidances and how we utilize the TFS working group set by the public-private partnership. And alhamdulillah, here in the UAE, we have the National Money Laundering Committee that oversees everything. So you have the policymaker in place, then you have subcommittees that each subcommittee has a certain role, and the supervisory authority are doing their role in that realm. However, the public-private partnership is another tool to have that kind of consultation smoothly. We managed to enhance our reporting. We shed light on certain elements that we thought it's an important factor that you guys need to be aware of. So in 2023, the FATF has published the institutional CPF guideline. We took that role of getting things done in terms of issuing a similar guidance to our private sector to be able to take into consideration the CPF requirements. And that was during the time period where we started the role of having our own CPF or Proliferation Financing Risk Assessment. And imagine doing that national assessment thing and then having another publication. So we wanted to keep up with the best practices as well as conducting our internal kind of assessment to be able to cater all these requirements and needs that we have to share it with the private sector and also the public sector to be aware of. So we've developed many guidances, we have updated many guidances, and we have done a specific guideline on insurance industry because we had a lot of inquiries coming from the insurance sector. What are the threshold, the percentages of ownership, all that kind of discussion. We tailored it into a targeted specific sectoral guidance that allow them to practice, understand how to be able to comply with TFS in that area. In terms of outreach, so it's an important element and tool to have that kind of training and to showcase all the international standards. So we have experts from FATF, FATF, the UN. We started the outreach with a lot of UN expert house. We have reached out to different expert agencies like RUSI, ICA, K2, name them all. And then the important element is collaborating with the stakeholders. Without collaboration, we cannot reach out to those in that private sector. The regulators are our way in to understand how things are being regulated and what are the appropriate measures should be taken into consideration while drafting those regulations, while drafting those guidances. And alhamdulillah, we have managed to achieve these numbers and statistics using many fronts and especially our online streaming tools. Thank you everyone who's attending with us physically and online. Mashallah, we have reached around 1,800 online viewers with us right now. Inshallah, the numbers are increasing by the time we speak. And these are the means we have dedicated specific targeted topics. First, telling the audience what is TFS. Back in 2020, it was gibberish for us, for everyone. But now, with time, after 4 years, we've managed to have a central area where we can tailor and showcase what is TFS, what is the meaning of sanction evasion. And I recall during my assessment to one of the countries, a colleague of mine in the assessment team was shocked by the terminology and concept of sanction evasion because they only know TFS, but they don't know what's sanction evasion. It's a new terminology. It's something that is not being considered by everyone. So we're trying to address all the requirements, all the terminologies. What is TFS and what is the sanction evasion requirements and how can we identify these matters and how can we protect our industries and businesses from being abused directly or indirectly. So the education didn't stop only in terms of training and guidances. So we have a dedicated e-learning platform with 3 modules that allow everyone to understand in high details what are the requirements for TFS, starting from local legislation, international requirements, FATF standard, all of that in one place. And we are even expanding our e-learning platform to have more material. And inshallah, we'll keep you guys up to date with the supervisory authority in terms of these kind of venues, tools to stay up to date with the requirements. And we have also issued videos. I know, like, personally, I would like to look at videos instead of readings, but after some time, I had to read a lot of documents, so I got used to reading, which I don't like. It's a habit I didn't like at all. But being in this realm, you need to read a lot. And I see Dr. Naomi, she's laughing. So videos are another smooth, swift tools to educate and get the terminologies that we address. What is sanction evasion? What are the delisting requirements? How these are being done? What are the reasons for reporting? And all of that been tailored and done in terms of a video to match with all the generations and audience. Let me emphasize on those pictures. So we've done the TFS working group roundtables. We took an extra step to sit with the private sector with the presence of their regulators. And then we opened a discussion. What are your challenges? What do you guys have? How can we help you? Is TFS something easy to grasp? Can we help you comply? Is there any certain recommendation that you haven't had the chance to provide? You can provide it in that setting. And it's open. Even now, you can send any email with your requirement or suggestion that we also do on a yearly basis. We send out surveys to measure the requirements and appetite. What are the topics that you guys want to learn next year? So we have that kind of calendar in place that we keep up with everyone's requirement from public and private sector. So these venues allowed us to have experts understand where are the challenges, how can we fix them, how can we issue proper circular. Supervisory authority can understand the challenges. And one important factor that everyone is facing right now, let's be honest, is reporting through GOML. You guys are required to report. Are you guys using the reporting as a defensive report or it's a quality report? Now that's a challenge. I know the requirements for STR, SAR, it's a lengthy process. It requires a lot of fields, a lot of input, but it will not see the light without the quality of information, because the more you provide information, it's easier for the other parties to evaluate, to assess, and then to take it to prosecution. So it's a connection starting from private sector, ending it in the courts. So whatever you guys provide in terms of quality, it's a vital information. Even the supervisory authority will have different training sessions dedicated to show what are the good and bad practices in terms of raising STRs. So these are the challenges can be described in these events and different events, depending on how often do you meet with your regulators. And I recall one of the comments from the assessors, I think it was in 2023, he was highlighting that you have quantity STRs, not quality STRs. So we took extra step to educate everyone where are the requirements. We are very transparent in our communication, and I know it's hectic, lengthy, but at the end, this is the world of compliance and MLRO, let's be honest. Whatever, you're the police officer in your business. So you have to understand that any reporting, if it's a defensive report, it's gonna be very crucial on that business. And if it was a very insightful information, it will end up in the good course of action. PF risk assessment, I think that's the most important element of today and what we have done so far. So we have concluded the events, the efforts, and all of that. And moving on with the FATF requirement. So alhamdulillah, in the UAE, we took note that the FATF will consider proliferation financing risk assessment. And we took the initiative to get the approval by the higher-ups that we need to assess, to understand our risk, and how to mitigate and put the appropriate action plans to rectify and to lower down those threats and vulnerabilities. It shouldn't be to a specific sector, but however, it also amends and fixes the legal matters. So as set in the immediate outcome 11, where it's not only highlighted in the recommendation 1 and 7, it's also measured in immediate outcome 11. So risk and context, when the assessor comes, they look at IO1, immediate outcome 1, that's the fundamental of risk and assessment, risk and context. But for this specific requirement, it's mentioned in recommendation 1, but it's measured in terms of effectiveness in immediate outcome 11. Why we're doing it? We wanted to assess, identify our risk. How can we lower these risks or understand them? How can we fix our legislation? And how we can work around moving in the right path in the actions. Because if we look at the end result of the risk assessment will fix legislation definitely, because we'll look into different terminologies and whether we want to criminalize proliferation financing. Is it due to the legislatures to take it into consideration? Prosecution experts, legal experts will take that talk in terms of amending the legal framework. The certain requirements for the FIU, because the recommendation 29 highlights that FIU receive AML CFT requirements, but not PF. How can we enhance the requirement of FIU? So all of these challenges, even the international standards have certain limitation. It didn't emphasize that the FIU gets the proliferation financing, but we have discussed this matter with the FIU. It's a need. It's a thing that should be received to a certain agency, and the national agency in the UAE is the FIU that receive all that STR, SAR in terms of ML, TF, and PF to analyze and then to share it with the law enforcement agencies. So these are the options that driven from these risk assessments and how they are materialized in terms of effectiveness, enhancing the environment, enhancing the legislation, enhancing the coordination, training, all of that, because we have assessed and understood our risk and how we added the mitigation measures accordingly. Mashallah, if you look at the timeline, it's a lengthy one. We started in Q2 2022 with scoping and all of that, reaching out to our current status with having, alhamdulillah, approved document. All the stakeholders are happy about the results. We are working now in sanitizing. We drafted a first sanitized report, but we identified that it's missing certain explanation and clarification. So we wanted to provide another sanitized report and to be approved by all stakeholders prior to sharing it with the private sector that has cases, typologies, lessons learned, and explanations. Because when the assessors are coming to assess the country, they will ask not only the government, they will ask everyone, each sector, have you been part of the assessment team? Or have you participated in that survey? Do you agree in those results that are extracted in the report? Are you aware what is the UAE proliferation risk assessment result in terms of context? And do you agree it's fall in the line with your sector? So all that questions are subject by the assessors. We expected, and that's the reason why we wanted to provide a lengthy process of a sanitized document that can be a use for you guys to learn and then to upgrade your internal procedures. We have done something in 2023, December, we issued a CPF institutional guideline, and we hope you guys had the chance to read it, and if not, it's available online on our website. You can refer to that document, and that document shed light on all the requirements, surveys, all the questions that might be asked, and how you can answer them, and then how you can assess your own PF on an institutional level. So that's available, you can make use of it. Meantime, we're working on the sanitized document, and inshallah we'll provide it to you in the near future, that you guys can take all the information from it and then recalibrate your compliance requirement internally. Talking about the methodology, so we have seen different exercises. The methodology used for the UAE is unique because we have a federal system and a local system. We want to see what is the best practice available, learn from other publications prior to have our own document. Definitely our first reference is the FATF, the Proliferation Financing Risk Assessment was issued in 2021. However, other expert houses such as Rusi and King College have addressed the same topic and added different vulnerability threats and all of that to complement FATF guideline. We took note of all the issued documents by the experts, and we created our own hybrid methodology that fits to our legislation and framework. And then we took the next step of proper gauging, assessing, and getting the information. Definitely the information is going to be in different spaces. So we took 26 risk factors in terms of threat to be assessed for the UAE and 3 sub-classifications. When it comes to vulnerability, we used 18 vulnerability factors. Moving to the mitigation measures, we've used 30 mitigation measures for the PF risk assessment. And as you know, experts in the realm of studies. We used qualitative, quantitative information to come up with a robust document that feeds into all the factors that we have highlighted in those slides. Definitely, we need to set the players from the government and the private as set by the FATF. Definitely the financial institutions, the NFPPs and VAPs are considered. However, the cutoff period of the document was in September 2023. However, some of the regulators were recently addressed, having new framework in place and trying to incorporate and register unregistered VASPs. So we cannot assess everything as like perfect. We need to stop at a certain point and then to readdress these enhancement or these best steps taken by the regulators at a later time in the second iteration. So some of it, you would find that the results are quite high, but when we speak about PF risk assessment, we need to understand that it's new. Everything is subject for a better enhancement, and the regulation is still fresh. So you cannot expect everything to be wonderful and green. So just setting the tone that you might be expecting certain result, but the reality of things, it's different because of the framework understanding. And the important factor of the understanding of things here in the PF risk assessment is that it's not only direct approach that you guys are subject to be abused by proliferators. It could be secondary exposure through different parties, through different people and players. So these are the populations that we have conducted the surveys and interviews. And what are we looking for? And next step, and I'm really happy that people are taking pictures, but you'll get the sanitized document as soon as possible so you can save memory, inshallah. So what we want to do is to share the document with you so you guys can reflect internally in your procedures. We are going to conduct many outreach sessions to educate each sector with the relevant supervisory authority of these findings. Why did we reach to this finding? What is the expectation from your side? How you can enhance the framework? Trainings in place, guidance in place, inshallah, and more to come. So we have a very fruitful 2025 next year and 2026. So next year we'll be having the technical compliance submission by the FATF. So you'll see a lot of work, a lot of pressure on the public side of things, but you'll be joining us in 2026 in FATF visit where they assess all the sectors relevant to the FATF standards as well as the regulators. So I will stop here in this session and allow my colleague Slayem to elaborate more on proliferation financing red flags and to our guideline where we have identified patterns and typologies set in the strategic review document, which will also allow you guys to understand how these businesses are subject to directly or indirectly being abused by the proliferators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed, for the kind introduction. So before we go into red flags, we'll first discuss sanction evasion. So what is sanction evasion? Sanction evasion is any attempt to disguise or conceal the involvement of designated persons in financial or non-financial transactions. So since both the UN consolidated list and the local list are available publicly online, designated persons try to evade the sanctions. They will not enter the financial system directly. They'll use other means to use the financial system. This is to finance proliferation and terrorist financing activities. So how do we uncover these sanction evasion activities? Here we have four main reasons, or four main ways to uncover sanction evasion. Firstly is raising awareness about sanction evasion activities. This is done through workshops or guidances that the Eocn provides. Secondly is filing STRs from the private sector to the FIU that later lead to investigations that uncover sanction evasion activities. Thirdly, we have here understanding the risks. As Ahmed said, institutional risk assessment is very necessary so that you can understand your risks and reinforce yourself against those risks. And finally, private and public information sharing. So the Eocn mainly conducts its information sharing through dedicated roundtables or guidances. So as Ahmed said, one of the guidances that we will talk about today is the TF and PF red flag guidance. So what is this guidance about? This guidance has a consolidated list for both TF and PF red flags, and this list helps the private sector in understanding what kind of red flags are there in their transactions or activities. So for PF, we have a couple of examples here. Firstly, transactions that involve persons or entities in foreign countries that are near proliferation concern. Secondly, transactions that involve possible shell companies. And thirdly, we have here identifying documents that seem to be forged or counterfeited, and also complex legal entities and arrangement, and finally dealing with dual-use goods such as chemicals or nickels and inverters. So the main goal of the TF red flag guidance, the Eocn conducted the TF and PF red flag guidance to address three main issues. So firstly, it was so that the private sector can have a consolidated list of all the red flags that they can then incorporate into their systems. Secondly, understanding red flags leads to filing STRs and SARs that later uncover sanction evasion activities and disrupt illicit networks. And finally, our third goal is that after entities incorporate the red flags and the guidances here, we can have a better understanding of all the sanction evasion activities. So another way we can uncover sanction evasion activities is or understand how to uncover the sanction evasion activities is from the strategic review that the Eocn conducted. This review analyzes 33 cases between 2019 and 2023. The review is also split into two time periods. Firstly, from 2019 to 21, and from 2021 to 2023. So we split these time periods into two to understand the trends and typologies that illicit actors use to try to evade sanctions. So how did we conduct the strategic review? We based the strategic review on three main questions. Firstly, who gave us the case study, which is evident here in the source of information. So for the first time period, we have export control agencies, banks, intelligence information, and international cooperation. And what was their suspicion based on? So secondly, here we have the type of suspicion. As you can see, we have sending and receiving funds to designated MPOs. We have shipments of dual-use items and front companies. So these were the three main suspicions in the first time period. And the third question we asked ourselves is how they facilitated the transaction. So as you can see here, we have Hawaladar and exchange house transfers, bank wire transfers, and using of forged document and bills. So the strategic review asked these three questions, and later we came up with the most common typologies based on the cases analyzed in this time period. So here we have using a variety of procurement agents and front companies to obtain dual-use goods. We have falsely declaring dual-use items and import-export documents. So this is related to forging the documents. and finally obscuring the ultimate beneficial owner of the shipment. So for the second time period, we again asked ourselves the same 3 questions. However, some results were different. So we noticed that in the source of information, the private sector gave us more cases in the second time period. As you can see here, dealers in precious metals and stones and exchange houses show up with banks. And for how or the type of the second question we asked, which is type of suspicion, we realized also 2 different changes. So firstly is discrepancies in annual income. Secondly, it's fund transfers. This time it's not from designated MPOs, it's from or to high-risk countries. And thirdly, front companies that show up again. So how they facilitated these transactions in the second time period is similar to the first time period. We saw no change at all. So maybe this is an area of concern that we need to let the private sector focus on. So for most common typologies, here we have again high value transfers from and to high-risk countries, use of front companies, and forged document and bills. So the strategic review also gives the data initially and also covers some case studies. So we have about 10 case studies related to terrorist financing and proliferation financing in the strategic review. However, today I'll briefly explain 2 of them. So firstly, here we have a case study about using forged document and bills. So this case study was initiated when export control agencies reported a suspicious shipment from country A, which is a high-risk jurisdiction. So the export control agencies received the shipment, and the end destination was the shipping company in the UAE. So the export control agencies later conducted further investigation because it doesn't make sense that a shipping company is the final destination. A shipping company usually re-exports or sends the products to another destination. So later it was revealed that the shipping company also received a fund transfer from an oil company in country B, as you can see from the green arrow. So after receiving the fund transfer, the export control agents were sure that or after conducting further investigation into the oil company, the agencies revealed that the oil company was owned by a terrorist group, and the fund was frozen in the UAE, and the shipment was also frozen in the UAE. So everything was disrupted here in the UAE, and the oil shipment and the funds were frozen. So what they tried to do was, if you can see the red arrows, is ship the oil from from country A to country B through the UAE, following the red arrow, and then finally leading to the terrorist group. But thanks to early reporting or early detection from export control agencies, this was all disrupted. So we have here the second case study, which is related to proliferation financing and its shipping of dual-use items. So here again, we have some export control agencies that reported a suspicious activity on company A. So what company A was trying to do is it imported the shipment from the legal entity in country B, and when it received the documents, it intentionally filled the documents where it didn't need or where it fell under the threshold for reporting. So as export control agencies noticed that it was only very nearly under the threshold, they conducted further investigation. So this investigation revealed that person A holds or owns 3 companies, and that he received funds from a high-risk jurisdiction, which is the legal entity in country A. And later he used these funds to transfer to the legal entity in country B to purchase the dual-use items. So what he did was, after purchasing the dual-use items, he falsified the import documents so that, he falsified the import documents so that it's very nearly under the threshold, and used his other company, company C, to re-export the ship or the dual-use item to the legal entity in country A, where it was intended to be used by a WMD program. So again, due to early reporting and access to red flags and access to the other information that the law enforcement had, this chain was disrupted, and luckily the shipment and the funds were frozen in the UAE. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. However, the Eocn has conducted many guidances that the private sector can use. You can incorporate these guidances into your daily or day-to-day activity, and hopefully will lead to better uncovering of more sanction evasion cases. So thank you. That's it from my side. And I'd like to welcome now Mr. Oliski for the next session on cryptocurrencies and proliferation financing. Thank you.
Hello. Let's talk a bit about cryptocurrencies and their use for proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Just next slide, please. Super. Yes. So, what happens with cryptocurrencies now? It's not a scientific experiment anymore. If you see the exchange rate, everybody now is excited about Bitcoin going up, and the volumes are really growing. But what is more important? That cryptocurrencies are serious. They are part of mainstream financial system, and they can be used for all purposes. Again, market capitalization now is above $3 trillion. It's not so large compared to, say, traditional finance, to traditional banking system, but it's already a lot. And for sure, I would say for payments related to proliferation, it's more than enough. You can already hide the proliferation payments in crypto. General comment. How dirty is crypto? Is it good, bad, worse than traditional money, better, cleaner? What do you think? More? Okay. Actually, the answer is this is data taken from one of the analytical companies, Chainalysis. They make a report crypto in crime every and each year, and they say that in year 2023, the average amount of dirty money in crypto, give it or take, was approximately 20. They estimated in 24 billions. Okay, maybe it's 2 times larger than they estimate. It could be. But if we compare it to the size of the crypto market, we get the same 3 to 5%, which is almost the same as a 2011 estimate of by United Nations of the total amount of dirty money in the global financial system. They also spoke about the same 3–5% of global GDP as the dirty money. So I would say crypto, it's not better, but it's not much worse than other finances. At the end of the day, it's not bank accounts that launder money. It's not gold or cash that is laundering money. It's people. And people already use crypto for the same purposes as traditional financial system. But now this is a very important thing. This happened, I believe, during the last 2, maximum 3 years. Cryptocurrencies became fully functional and widely accepted trade currency. You can finance very nicely foreign trade. You can pay for export-import contracts. It's accepted by quite a lot of merchants. I have seen payments in crypto that were done between companies in developed countries. It's okay. It's already here. And for example, you also see the recent news that big financial companies, they start using crypto. Cryptocurrencies, or let's say virtual assets, for their transactions. like Singapore bank from Singapore, they have used the intraday reverse repo. Let's say with the traditional finances, when you use reverse repo, it's a bit complicated because in several hours you need to block whatever is the collateral. Usually it will be treasury bonds, and then in several hours you need to unblock them and return them. If you use traditional depositories, I would say it will cost you. It will cost you quite a lot. If you do it with the virtual assets, with the some blockchain, you can do it on a second, and it will cost you maybe several $100s. Of course, the bankers love it because it's much cheaper, it's more transparent, and it works much faster than traditional finances. It is already here. Again, about market capacities. Here on the screen, it's an example of one of the real cases. On the left side, it's one of the small-time exchangers of crypto to fiat money, operating not very far from here. The annual turnover was around $1 million. It's not a lot for exchanger. It's just, say, small-time business. But if you dig a bit deeper, you will see that this exchanger was connected to two much larger objects. And these objects, they are high-level operators or exchangers, and their turnover was already several billions per year. I would say not bad. And I bet that most of these transactions were related just to export-import contracts, which means it is already here. And of course, in such volumes of export-import payments, it's very easy to hide something that is related to proliferation. Again, it is already here, it works, it's fast, cheap, transparent, and anonymous. And especially on the scheme that was shown by Alberto in the morning, one of the major tasks of people who need to finance proliferation is they need really to hide the tracks. They need to obscure the real source of money, that it comes, say, from certain government actor. Crypto is fantastic. You can just inject millions of dollars without anyone being able to trace their real origin. You can do it. And of course, it's a very nice tool for proliferation. What can we do? Well, the response from the governments is traditional. First of all, you need to have a critical mass of people who understand how this technology works. And here it's important not only to have experts or people who do things by their own hands, who do investigations. You need to have policy makers who understand how crypto operates and what is possible and what is not feasible. Otherwise, if you make a policy mistake, you may leave certain loopholes open, and you will just probably destroy half of legitimate business. When we come down to practical level, it's quite simple. You need to have people and tools to be able to trace cryptocurrency. You need to have people, tools, and legal framework to seize and confiscate cryptocurrency. And of course, you need to have a regulation supervision system. When we speak about tracing, following the cryptocurrencies, it's a well-established technology. If you can do something with proper tools and trained officers, you can investigate cases. Again, in my personal experience, when you deal with cryptocurrency case, you see, first of all, you see almost immediately if you can do something or if it's a lost case, and that's it. And most of the cases, they can be solved I would say not talking about very complex cases, most of the blockchain investigations can be done, say, in 1 hour. You spend much more time waiting for the response from exchanges and other sources of information. But in blockchain, if you can do anything, you do it immediately, almost immediately. If you cannot do anything, then you say, okay, fine, we close this case, let's work with another. It's like fishing. You cannot catch all fish from the sea. It's impossible, unless you use some, I don't know, some explosives. But the more you cast the line, the more you throw the net, the more chances are that you will get something. And that's how crypto investigations operate. It's doable. Second, when we speak about seizure and confiscation of cryptocurrencies, now we get into a totally new situation, because yes, of course, you need to have legal authorization, court order or prosecutor's order that Alexei is a bad guy, let's seize his crypto. Fine. But what will you do with this order? If I'm not keeping my money on the exchange, then your only chance is to come to me and probably, hopefully, that I have my mobile phone, you unblock it, and then you get access to my wallet, which is here, probably. And then usually people are taught to use the principle, who owns the keys owns the money. It's not so easy. First of all, when we speak about ownership in cryptocurrencies, it's totally different from traditional finances. We can speak about, I would say, a control. Someone, because anyone who has access, who knows password or recovery phrase from, I'm not saying from my wallet, but from the wallet that is kept on my phone, can transfer money. Regulation and supervision. We already spoke that, yes, there is FATF recommendation 15, but if you want to have a robust and reliable system for supervision and regulation of cryptocurrencies, you need, yes, you need to implement FATF recommendation 15, but you also need to regulate properly crypto from the business side. And there are some minor technical differences. Actually, they are not minor. Now, that was the mistake that has been done by many governments and international organizations. Good thing is, yes, governments, international organizations decided, yes, we cannot destroy crypto, let's regulate it. But then the next brilliant idea that comes to mind of many government people, by the way, I worked for the government myself for many years. I know what's in the head of government people. By the way, I also was a tax person, so I still can squeeze some water from stone. But when the natural idea that comes to the government is, okay, what do we need to regulate? Crypto. What is cryptocurrency? It's some kind of money. It's some new kind of money. What do we have on regulation of finances and money payments? Let's copy-paste it and let's implement it in crypto. No. It does not work so straightforward. And if you try to do it just as copy-paste from traditional finances, you will let a lot of loopholes that can be very nicely exploited by criminals. Still, coming to business regulations. First of all, you need at least good legal definitions of virtual assets and cryptocurrencies. Okay, fine, it's possible to define. But then, when you try to regulate normal, even regular business relations, you bump into very different nature of cryptocurrencies and associated objects. Again, if we speak even just about ownership, ownership is a crucial element for regulation of any business. if I need to have a definition of ownership, who is the owner of certain assets in my, I don't know, civil code or some commercial code, it's a basic concept. Without it, you cannot have any commercial regulation, you cannot have legislation for businesses. Try to define who is the legal owner of certain Bitcoin. Who is the owner of Bitcoin? The answer is, traditional concepts do not work. Because if we speak about, how to say, about some, when we speak about bank account, you know that bank account has my name. So it's my money that are on the bank account. If I have some money in my wallet, it's funny money, by the way, then still, it's in my wallet, so most likely it's mine. And any reasonable, I would say, judge will say, yes, we have seized the wallet from Alexei, we have found in his wallet some banknotes with his fingerprints, most likely they belong to Alexei. I would say a reasonable judge will believe it. But with Bitcoins, with cryptocurrency, usually governments say, someone who has private key is an owner of certain Bitcoins or certain cryptocurrency. It doesn't work like this. There are already examples. There are already examples when some, I would say, pretty obvious criminal cases. And criminal is really arrested, and during the search, they found on his mobile phone, for some reason the mobile phone is unblocked or blocked by Face ID or fingerprint, which is not secure. Then there is a cryptocurrency wallet in this mobile phone, again without a password protection or fingerprint protection, which is totally unsecure, but still it happens. And there are recent cases, what I have seen, there was 1.5 million USDT, $1.5 million just on mobile phone, with certain transactions that were on this wallet. Great. I'm a bad guy. You have arrested me. You have found on my mobile phone the wallet with 1.5 million US dollars. And I made some, and on this wallet there made some bad transactions. Great. Next day, defense lawyer comes and tells the story. Yes, mobile phone belongs to Alexei. There is a wallet on this mobile phone. Yes, but Alexei has a university friend who came several years ago and told, Alexei, I cannot trust anyone in this cruel world, only you. Keep a safe copy of my wallet. If something happens with me, I trust you. You will transfer these Bitcoins to my, not wife, to my widow and my children. And then he disappeared. And defense lawyer says, yes, this is just a wallet which is a copy of the wallet that belongs to another person. And any transaction that happened here, they were not initiated by my client. Dear law enforcement, good luck proving the case further. It happens already. Again, there are new technologies like multi-party computation. It's a step forward from just private keys, where you don't have any country that have proper legal definition about ownership of cryptocurrencies that is governed by MPC. It's like information is just spread across quite a large number of people, subject, companies, whatever. And even if some of them are malicious, still it's possible to decide to make transfers if just majority of these, say, owners agree. So, you really have to change a lot in legislation if you want to have cryptocurrencies properly regulated. When we speak about licensing, okay, it's usual requirements, maybe some extra requirements on IT. Taxes, taxation. It's not the topic of this conference, but I just want to tell you that in crypto, in most of the countries, if I want, I pay as much taxes as I wish. I can pay zero, I can show losses, or if I need be, I can show high profits and legalize and justify my unexpected wealth. You can play it very nicely. Ownership was just the beginning. New objects, you know that they exist, so-called smart contracts, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs. They are alive, they operate. Just an example, PancakeSwap is very well, nice exchange. It operates, it really moves billions of dollars per day, but it's not a physical person. It's not legal company. It is not governed by any it's not covered by any legislation in the world. Moreover, if you read definition of WASPs in FATF, it says natural or legal persons that perform certain functions. This one, not a natural person, not a legal company. Still, it's alive and it operates. It's just a computer code that is moving money and paying out profits. It is already here. When we speak about FATF Recommendation 15 implementation, it's really, there are really differences from traditional finances. Let's start. Identification and verification is mostly done remotely. But we say, yes, okay, that's fine. A lot of bank clients, they are identified remotely. Not anymore. With the progress of AI and with the progress of deep fakes, you cannot rely now on even on video verification. But there is no reliable global digital identity so far, so it can be nicely exploited by criminals, and it is exploited already. Licensing and registration, fine. It is in FATF, not much differences from traditional finances. Record keeping. Yes, you need to, all WASPs, they are required to keep records for 5 years or more, like traditional finances. Usual addition is they also keep IP addresses. Makes sense, it does work. Customer due diligence in virtual asset service providers is totally different from banking. My bank knows everything about me because my bank can see my salary, my incoming payments, and also all my expenses, my loans, what do I spend on my credit card. I have seen systems that can predict if I will possibly default on my loan just by watching my consumer behavior. Because if I start buying my food, my grocery in another chain of supermarkets, which is cheaper than my usual supermarket, the system understands, okay, Alexei is fine, has not so good with finances, probably next month he will not be able to pay the loan. Let's put him on the certain alert risk. My bank knows everything about me. In crypto, no. Even if I have account on the exchange will see me 2 times. First, I put money, send money from my bank account, change them to Bitcoins or whatever else, and then I move them to my wallet. Then I do whatever transactions I want on the blockchain. That's the idea. And then, when I'm done, I will bring Bitcoins or other cryptocurrency back, change them to fiat money and withdraw them. You cannot do much customer due diligence based on just this jump in, jump out. The only thing you can do, there are certain softwares that allow to just calculate the risk score of my source of money, nothing more, but possible. And that's why monitoring and detection of suspicious transactions is quite limited. And now, let's talk, I will show you one main principle of how most of crypto crimes operate. And the principle is, it's a puppet theater. Who is playing these games with children? I do. You know, like, it's easy. You buy puppets, you put them on your hands, and then you make a show. Hi, Punch, hi, Judy, blah, blah, blah. But actually, it's you. Your left hand is talking to your right hand. And that's what happens in crypto. Because I can have my right hand, it will be my official wallet. I will declare it to tax authorities. I will put it on the exchange, fully identified under my name. And my left hand of this puppet theater would be my second wallet. But it will be anonymous wallet, and you cannot prohibit anonymous so-called non-custodial wallets. It's the nature of crypto. My second wallet would be just in my phone or somewhere in internet in my computer. And it will not have my name on it. Actually, it will have no name on it. And I will perform transactions between my declared official wallet and my black wallet. And here I can perform miracles. And that's what happens. That's how major good money laundering, tax evasion schemes and other, how they are designed. On top of it, you will say, okay, fine, Alexei, but you still need to somehow, even with your black wallet, you still need to exchange money to fiat. Change bitcoins to dollars, pounds, whatever. The solution is, again, the same puppet theater. I can buy so-called drops. Drop is just a person who opens account on exchange, bank, maybe credit card, in their real name. And then they sell their credentials to me with emails, passwords, access codes, everything. Usually drops are very cheap. Depends on situation, depends on the market, but they are affordable. Sometimes 10, sometimes several $100 max. If you buy, again, usually you don't buy one drop. You buy a batch. And then you have an entire army of your puppets or your zombies, zombie accounts that you fully control. And even if law enforcement can trace cryptocurrency or they can run to the bank, they will get just the name of this drop. And the legislation works that way, that drops, individual drops, they are well, I would say, below, even below the threshold of administrative offense. And no law enforcement will spend their resources to trying to prosecute a single drop. It's useless. It does not work. So they really fall below the threshold, and the result is that our current legislation is designed like, say, it was designed for humans. It was designed for human speed. It was designed for objects like companies, like personal accounts. They are not so fast, and they cannot be created. Easily. New objects like wallets in cryptocurrencies, these drop accounts, they can be done. They can be created very fast in massive amounts and can be controlled by computer. You push the button and your 100 of drops start making transactions. It's possible. But our legislation was not designed with these objects in mind. It's like we have a net to protect ourselves from birds who can come and steal our food or do something else. But instead of birds, we have a swarm of mosquitoes. And our net against birds is not enough, which means we really need to change legislation. A few words about practical tools that are used to launder money and hide crypto payments. One way of operation is so-called laundering by technology, which means you use cryptocurrencies like Monero, maybe some other based on zero knowledge, special cryptocurrencies that are untraceable, anonymous by design. That's simple. It's just a technology that cannot be traced. Second, it's mixers, so-called laundering by transactions. When everything is traceable, but you have thousands of wallets that send money to each other, even if you try to trace this cloud in several steps, you get just half of blockchain on your screen and you cannot move forward. The most popular mixer, probably the best one, was Tornado Cash. You can tell me that, Alexei, you're sleeping under the rock. Tornado Cash has been sanctioned years ago and now it's defunct. Formally, yes. Tornado Cash has been sanctioned and its normal internet website has been taken down. That's true. But because Tornado Cash is a smart contract, you remember this is the robot that lives in blockchain, in internet. And even if creator of Tornado Cash will be convicted, he has no power over his child because the private keys have been destroyed and even the creator of Tornado Cash cannot do anything. It's alive on its own. It is alive as a smart contract and files are kept not on a single server, but in blockchain. It's so-called IPFS, okay, the name is a bit too loud, interplanetary file system. But it's very robust, it's very resilient. And Tornado Cash is still operational. Despite it has been sanctioned, actually there was only the kind of front window removed from the usual internet. If you know how to call smart contracts, and you can learn this in 1 hour, you can still launder money through Tornado Cash, and it is still used. One more advice, especially to government officials who deal with cryptocurrencies. There is one huge law, and it's very important for governments, especially for government officials. Again, I know what I'm talking about because I was a civil servant for many years. It's in crypto, it's one law, it's Murphy's Law, if you know. And it says, in crypto, it's very strong. If you deal with crypto, it's not about if, it's just about when. Everything will go wrong. Sooner or later, everything will go wrong. And if something goes wrong in crypto, the consequences are, first of all, you lose money and you lose all the money. You lose them immediately in a matter of seconds and you cannot recover them because it's blockchain. There is no lawyer who can help you. There is no Control-Z button that can revert the transaction. The money are lost forever. Example, it was a recent case. If I'm not mistaken, it was US Department of Treasury that lost a certain amount of confiscated USDT, Tether, just because they fell victims of so-called address poisoning scheme. And I don't want to be an official who pushed the button and lost a couple of hundred thousands of US dollars that were already belonging to the state. Just one push of button and it's gone. You don't want to be in this situation. That's why what to do, especially if you work for government and if you deal with crypto, you need to do a lot of preparations. You think in advance, what do you plan to do? You always plan, you hope for the best, but you prepare and you plan for the worst. You have backup scenarios. you have second backup scenarios in case your first backups will fail. Only then, maybe, probably, hopefully, you will survive for some time in regulating, supervising, and especially if you're law enforcement, dealing with crypto. And on top of it, again, when I was doing training, usually I show certain just scam, just to illustrate how people are losing money, how scammers can convince you to give them your money. Every 6 months, at most 1 year, and I need to change the schemes, because these schemes, they become obsolete. Technologies are developing so fast that something that did not exist half a year ago now becomes mainstream, and it has billions, or it's worth billions, literally. So you have to learn all the time. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you so much for the interesting session on cryptocurrencies and proliferation financing activities. So we have a bit of extra time before the end of the session, and we'll want to open the floor for questions. You can direct any of the questions to our experts. They are present here, and hopefully they will answer them. So if we can have, if you have any questions, please raise your hand for any of the experts during the sessions, from the start until now. So I don't see any raised hands. So no one has any questions for the experts? Okay, we have one here.
Thank you. I'm Raed Rawajdi. I'm advisor at the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation. I have some questions for maybe I can raise them for all experts, and they can choose what question to answer. My first question about the FATF recommendation and standards, and what have been raised by Alberto regarding the UN Resolution 2231 and what's happened in October 2023. According to this update on UN resolution, what is the expectations from the countries and the financial institutions? Should they reduce the risk of Iran regarding this UN resolution while they conducting, for example, institutional risk assessment or national risk assessment? What the expectations from the countries and the financial institutions? The second question, even for Alberto as well, he said that the UN resolution, they did not set up the definition of proliferation financing, while the FATF, they have the definition of proliferation financing. Do you think is the definition of FATF cover all the aspects of proliferation activities? Do you think that the countries should comply with the definition of FATF, or there is another best practice or other experiences that can we benefit from in order to expand the definition of proliferation financing? Dr. Naomi, I like the presentation, that because usually we heard about the terrorist financing and the linkage between terrorist financing and organized crime, and today we heard a lot about the proliferation financing and organized crime, and you touched on the on the challenge of the private sector, how to identify the linkage between the organized crime and proliferation financing. But I did not hear some advices for the private sector, how you can help them to identify this linkage, how, what they need to in field of capacity building or training or awareness. If there is any guidelines or any best practices in this field, that will be helpful. Also, I have a question for Oleksiy about, he said that the CDD measures, they are not the same when we are talking about old financial transactions or fields and the cryptocurrency. But the FATF recommendation, even recommendation 15, they asked the virtual assets to apply recommendation 10. And recommendation 10, CDD measures even for financial institutions and the NFPPs. So from the FATF perspective, I did not see any differentiation while talking about CDD measures for VASPs or for financial institutions. So can you elaborate more what the expectation from FATF perspective about applying CDD measures while they were talking in the recommendation 15 that the VASPs should apply CDD measures in recommendation 10. Also, I want to hear from your experience about the screening aspects. Maybe also Dr. Naomi can help in this field. What the expectation from the VASPs to screen? What are the parties that they should screen? What they should look for when they are making screening about sanctions or designated people? They should screen the IP address, the people, they have IDs, or what exactly they should screen in this field? Thank you. This is my question.
Thank you so much. So I think we'll direct the first question to Mr. Alberto, since he talked about the UN and FATF obligations.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Rashid, for your questions. They're actually very on point, I think, very relevant. So let me answer your first question about Resolution 2231, which is the resolution with which the UN Security Council wrapped up the Iran issue, as it referred to it. So as I said, there are no longer targeted financial sanctions against the Iranian uranium enrichment program. That doesn't mean that there won't be any new sanctions. The resolution itself leaves the door open to the imposition of new sanctions if any actors are involved with wrongdoing in the future, and if the Security Council decides to pass new targeted financial sanctions. So it's not something that should be forgotten, something that should still be taken into consideration. Now, that said, the Financial Action Task Force won't be looking, as far as I understand it, at countries' implementation of sanctions on Iran just because they don't exist at the moment. So that is not something that the FATF will be assessing countries on. However, if you read reports, if you read the news, you will see that, well, first of all, there are countries, pretty much the same countries that in 2015 decided to terminate the sanctions on Iran. Several of them have reimposed sanctions. The United States has reimposed sanctions. The European Union has reimposed sanctions against Iran. Earlier this week, I think on Monday, the European Union announced a new sanctions package against several Iranian individuals, sanctions, ports. So it's something that is still present. So, one thing is to comply with the FATF recommendations and to meet the standards of the FATF assessors. Another thing is to actually go beyond what they need from countries and assess countries and financial institutions and any other kind of institutions' exposure to these risks. Iranian entities are still involved with the proliferation of ballistic missile technology. There's very often reports of them making those technologies and items available to other actors, some in the region. And those are technologies, as we saw, that are related to weapons of mass destruction programs. They are the delivery vehicles. So this is something that is still ongoing. The fact that the UN doesn't have sanctions on Iran at the moment and that the FATF is not looking at compliance with those sanctions does not mean that those activities are not going on. And entities should consider understanding and assessing the risk. We will see some cases tomorrow. I think Mark will will show something about that, so that you can actually see how this can be screened against and taken into consideration. And then moving on to the second question about the proliferation finance definition, that is actually a very good question, and what I'm sure that maybe Noemi, you want, if you want to contribute to that one. I know that that's something that the academic sector is discussing a lot, about the necessity for a definition of proliferation finance that it's widely accepted in the international community and that can be brought down to a practical level. I do not have an answer. I think the FATF's last definition is good in that it recognizes the different steps of proliferation finance, but I think other things could potentially be taken into consideration. I have been in some forums where some ideas have been thrown, one of which I liked particularly, which was that countries could consider adopting different definitions of proliferation finance depending on who has to act upon those definitions. For instance, law enforcement agencies, as we've seen, should be empowered to work and prevent proliferation finance from taking place. So perhaps law enforcement agencies could act with a definition of proliferation finance that touches upon their particular responsibilities, and one that allows them to act on specific proliferation finance offenses or leads. Then maybe financial institutions will need a different definition of proliferation finance so that they can incorporate that into their compliance and due diligence mechanisms. This would be a lengthy discussion. We could throw ideas of what is missing, what needs to be part of that definition, but maybe considering that, the purpose of having a definition is so that we can act on that definition. It's not just having a definition for the sake of having a definition. It's so that it allows financial institutions, law enforcement, public agencies, private sector to act on that definition. So maybe having different ones according to what they actually need to do to prevent proliferation finance would make sense. Happy to pass the floor over to the other experts. I hope that that answers somewhat your questions, Rashid. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the second question was directed to Dr. Naomi. If we can have a mic for her, please.
Thank you. Right, so your question was in relation to indicators. And the answer is no. I think at this point, genuinely, there is no clear, there's no clarity as to what key indicators of organized crime could look like for financial institutions, for instance. But it's a very pertinent question. It's a very on-point question, because before worrying about organized crime, the reason I raise this point is that we even are struggling with PF indicators. We know, and I think I can't quite recall whether it was Alberto or I'm going to butcher your name, so I will not mention your name, but the gentleman who's just given us the presentation on crypto. There are so many known overlaps of typologies between money laundering, terrorism financing, sanctions evasions, and proliferation finance, that it is extremely challenging for risk practitioners operating within DNFBPs as well as within financial institutions to know what it is that they're looking at. So when there is a suspicion, when a SAR is being logged, it is extremely challenging to know whether we are looking at TF, ML, PF, or sanctions. Sanctions evasion is more obvious, but for the others, not so much. So the real challenge is to be able to develop those, and I really hope that as an industry as a whole, we'll be able to really be able to drill down and have clarity as to what a PF typology is, because that will really help the private sector when it is logging its SARs, when it is assessing its controls, but also when it is assessing its exposure. And of course, by default, your exposure at national level. So I'm really truly hoping that we'll be able to go into that direction. And then very, very quickly, what I want to say, to go back to what Alberto was saying, in relation to your point on Iran, I think just really want to reiterate, if you're a financial institution operating in US dollars or dealing with businesses in the US, for instance, you need to ensure that you are abiding by OFAC rules. Similarly, if you have businesses in Germany or France, you need to be able to ensure that you're abiding by EU sanctions. So whilst under the UN, the relevancy of Iranian sanctions is lessening, you need to ensure, okay, who am I doing my businesses with? Is it with Australia, Japan, the EU, the US, and therefore where do I stand in that regards? I just really wanted to highlight this. And Alberto's made a really good point around the definition of proliferation finance. I think there's a real challenge there. I mean, I was doing a piece of work earlier this year looking, for a country in the Middle East, actually, and I was looking at all the different definitions that are out there in the UK, in France, in Mongolia, in South Africa, and it's so varied. So I think there is a need for clarity around definition. I understand why we haven't got that clarity yet, because we're all operating under very different legislative frameworks. So with that comes challenges, of course, but there's a real need because ultimately, again, the private sector needs to understand what its responsibility is and how it can actually mitigate its exposure for simply not addressing its or respecting the legal framework. I think I have answered all the questions. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think that I will pass the floor to the gentleman right there. I'm so sorry, I don't want to butcher your name, but I think the last question was addressed to you.
Let's do it. Yes. So the question was about difference of customer due diligence on the FATF Rec 15 and then reference to Rec 10. The problem is, I would say, know your customer still is possible. Because I'm coming to open account at the virtual asset service provider, you still can see my face, you can see my passport, you know some information about me. If I'm a company, you have my business profile, that's fine. You still can do things. But when it comes to monitoring of operations, for banks, traditional all criteria, they were based on certain risks. And the risks are, again, you have, if I'm doing some bank transactions, you know my counterpart. You know my geography, you know their geography. You know my nature of business, you know their nature of business. You know the financial, what instrument am I using, and you can see the even description of payment. If it is one thing, if it is a payment for, I don't know, wheat or rice, another thing when it's payment for some tubes. It's already tricky. And also you can see patterns. When you are a virtual asset service provider and if you monitor transactions, all of these criteria, they simply do not exist because you do not have data. The only thing you have me as your client, fine. And counterpart would be either my own wallet, it's still me, or it will be some wallet outside of your enterprise. And you have just a number of that wallet. You don't have even description of payment. You have very limited information. So monitoring of transactions in crypto is mostly reduced to so-called KYT, know your transaction, which means you need to have a special software, and if I'm, for example, sending money to some Bitcoin address, you can push a button, and for this wallet, you see their source of funds coming to them from the beginning of the history, and if they were sending some Bitcoins outside, you will see their destination. You can see so-called direct and indirect connections, and finally, you calculate so-called exposure. Exposure tells you that, okay, for this wallet, 10% of money are coming in directly from mixers. 20% are coming from regulated exchanges, 10% are coming from, I don't know, some middle level risk exchanges. That's maximum that you can have. So the only thing is that it's here very important is the position of supervisory agency, of regulator, that tell you that, for example, certain categories of sources of funds in crypto are not acceptable. For example, you can say mixers are bad. In some countries you can say Mixers are high risky, but you can ask for more information. Depends, you can say. Another problem is so-called repainting. It's a very strong effect, especially in crypto, because you can have a customer and you can have their counterparts who are, let's say, of green color, low risk, because their sorts of funds are okay. According to any software that is on the market, they are okay. Overnight, certain entity is getting into the sanction list. And then you push the button in the morning and half of your clients, now they are not green. Overnight they became red. Just because some time ago they were dealing with this newly sanctioned entity. And then you have to review them and to see if they are really risky or not. Sometimes there are very tricky situations when there are transactions that happened before the sanctioned event. It's not easy, and some software providers they support such kind of analysis. Some just repaint and say from today on the color is red, it's high risk. So I would say yes, of course, customer due diligence is necessary, but in crypto customer due diligence is quite different. Also, if we speak about screening, in crypto, again, you don't see names of the companies, of the counterparts, except me as your client. The only names you see, mostly there are other virtual assets, operators, objects. It could be exchanges, it could be some payment processors, it could be online markets, maybe darknet markets, maybe mixers, etc. That's the only entities that are named and that you can see that, yes, they are connected to me. So your screening would be, okay, it's Alexei, he is sending Bitcoins, he is receiving Bitcoins that indirectly originate from certain entities. And it's, again, the job of regulator, the job of supervisor to tell WASPs that these objects are bad. You should avoid them, and if client brings you Bitcoins that originate from certain entity, let's say I'm sending Bitcoins to my account on the exchange, and the exchange says, oh, then 20% of your coins are coming indirectly from Tornado Cash. Sorry, Alexei, we cannot accept your payment. There is also an interesting question. What to do with the money that I have sent to exchange? And if you think that my money are suspicious, freeze them, send them back to me, because it's not possible to reject payment. It's not like in bank. No, it's blockchain. It operates differently. You need, and because of so many these tiny technical details, they totally change the picture. The general idea, yes, you need to do customer due diligence, but implementation is totally different. And for example, when we come back to FATF, many jurisdictions, they, I would not say fail, but do not perform well, because on paper it's very easy to get compliant with FATF recommendation 15. You just do copy paste from FATF recommendation 15, put it into your anti-money laundering law, maybe you issue regulations that are also copy paste, and you say, look, everything is fine. I have put everything that FATF asked, I have put it into my regulations. But a good assessor actually can check it in 1 moment, how it is implemented in practice. For me, for example, I'm very nasty. I like very much if it comes to evaluation, I would say, can I talk to your WASP? Yes. Are you doing monitoring? Yes, we're doing monitoring, customer due diligence, great. Can you check for me this Bitcoin account, please? And then I see even not how they do it. First of all, I will see their time of reaction. And often it's an aha moment. The same comes to the agencies. When you assess compliance of the agencies of implementation, you give them Bitcoin address or Ethereum address or whatever, say, can you check this wallet? Can you trace these coins? One thing is if they know what to do, they say, yes, okay, call Alexei, give him this account. Then comes analyst and says, yes, okay, fine, I will do it now. He opens the software, starts doing something. At this moment, actually, you can say, fine, stop, that's enough. Because you can see that they use right software, they know what to do, they know how to do it. Technically, I don't need to spend the next 30 minutes waiting for their result. I know that they do it, but if you give to virtual asset service provider or to law enforcement the Bitcoin address and say, yes, okay, Bitcoin address, what can we do with it? Yes, we have software. Call Alexei, Alexei, this is Bitcoin address. Alexei comes and says, Bitcoin, I need to log into the software. What is the password? Who knows the password? Then you understand immediately if FATF recommendation 15 has been implemented for real or it's just copy-paste on paper. And the problem with the cryptocurrencies is it's very easy to be an assessor because everything you can evaluate practically, you can evaluate it and you can get very nice evidence for the evaluation report because it will be all based on real data and blockchain data. They're not confidential, they're public. So you are not restricted by bank secrecy. That's why if you want to be compliant with FATF recommendation 15, yes, of course, you need to have legislation, you need to have regulations, but you need to do like kind of, like military drills. You check your WASPs and you check your also law enforcement and other agencies, how they do certain things in practice, because it can be very easily checked. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexei, right? Yes, thank you. I just want to pick up on the point you made. I think what you said around the regulation is absolutely key, absolutely fundamental. I think more and more of us have heard about the travel rule, which obviously should technically, in theory, help us understand exactly who we are dealing with. So very much sort of linked with recommendation 16. To go back to the point you were making, what we've seen in terms of best practice is actually regulators advertising addresses and really seeking out to the crypto industry and saying, right, so those addresses we know are compromised, so please screen against those addresses. We know that, for instance, there are, forgetting just PF for a minute, it could be cases of pig butchering, scams, where regulators are intervening and saying, right, please, for any VASP that have those addresses, make sure that you freeze the assets. You have mentioned cases of geolocational tools, of course, that will enable VASPs to know whether their customers are operating from sanctioned countries. The use of VPN as well. I know there's a number of VASPs I've been talking to that for them the use of a VPN is a potential red flag. So there are all sorts of different tools and processes that are put in place in order to be able to address potential risks and exposure. Something else as well that you've mentioned, Alexei, which I think is key as well, is, okay, what do you do with those assets? We know we've got some assets on a custodial wallet. What do we do with that? And I think that really goes back to the robustness of our seizure processes and frameworks, how responsive we are, whether we want to adopt a non-conviction-based forfeiture system, and which is particularly pertinent when we're looking at the crypto industry because of the speed of the transactions. So it really is, I guess to sort of really pick up on what Alexei's been saying, it's really about having a healthy ecosystem and ensuring that we are tackling the end-to-end supply chain of it all. I just really wanted to quickly wrap up on the back of what Alexei had said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have time maybe for one more question, if we have any.
I have a question here for the Eocn department. Hello?
I can't if you, okay.
Okay. So the question is for the Eocn. Hello, everyone. My name is Sausan Al-Zaabi from Mashreq Bank. So the question is regarding the goods that requires permits from the Eocn, the goods that are under export control. So since the Eocn is supposed to be giving the permits for the business sector, we wanted to know if there is any increase in numbers of the permits that has been issued for this business sectors that deals with such kind of goods. I mean, since the Eocn is giving these permits, this is number one. And number two, can we have an example of the countries that usually these goods get exported to, so we can understand from a financial point of view, where are these permitted goods or dual-use goods that are under control goes, so we can, you know, have a comparison with what we see. Another thing that we have rarely have seen these kind of permits given. I'm talking about specific customers. So we just wanted to know if there is an increased number of these permits given to the customer. Is there a lot of customers who deal with such goods in the UAE? Thank you.
So I was just leading to answer your question after we finished the session. So I haven't properly introduced the desks outside. One of the desks is related to the permit team in the Eocn. So there they have a demonstration of how to register and how to apply for a permit. So to be honest, I'm not in the right department to answer that question. The right people are just outside. After we finish, they will be available today and tomorrow during the breaks and after the sessions. So yeah, hopefully they can answer your question. Okay. We have one more question here, last one.
Hi, this is a representation from DNFPB. Simple question on proliferation financing from a DNFPB perspective. So there are two broad elements. There are multiple things, but two broad elements which normally looked at from the PF perspective is one, the actors or the UBOs which are connected in the transaction. And second thing is how the transaction was executed, whether the goods has some dual use or not. So from a DNFPB, let's talk about auditor, accountant, or real estate, or DPMS perspective. Normally we see there are two checks being done. One is you scan the customers, you do the screening, and the process completes. So what is the expectation from a DNFPB perspective? One, to what extent the screening should be done? So KYCC becomes a little more important. And is there an important role to check whether the product is a dual use? And they're not registered, as you just rightly mentioned now. Is this an obligation for a suspicion from a transaction perspective, although goods are not getting cross-border?
So again, in regards to dual-use goods, the other team is more qualified to answer you and give you direct answers. But in regards to obligations and screening, so in TFS terms, you need to screen the company, its ultimate beneficial owners, and the related or the whole party. So if anyone in this party is in either the UN consolidated list or the local list, here a FFR would need to be submitted, or a PNMR if there's only a partial name match report. However, if you find someone with a sanctioned person linked to any transaction, here you would need to submit a report to the FIU through the GoAML system. But in regards to permits and the dual-use goods, the other team outside is more qualified to answer that question.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think you have answered that the second customer-to-customer transaction also need to be evaluated. Thank you.
You would need to screen the whole party, so everyone involved in the transaction would need to be screened.
Perfect.
And if you find that they are sanctioned, there would need to be a report filed, a fund freeze report, and the transaction or the transaction would need to be also frozen until law enforcement agencies or the relevant authorities can take action. So once you file the report and freeze the action, they will handle it after themselves. So I hope that answers your question. So thank you everybody for attending today. We'll conclude the session today. So we wanted to note that tomorrow we'll start at the same time at 9:30, and we also have lunch for our guests here. So to access the lunch, you can leave from the door behind you and go to the left. So thank you everyone. We'll hope to see you here back again tomorrow. Thank you.